Hey folks, how we all doing? Welcome to the culmination of the year. This is the Calling All Heroes Radiant Series 2026, and of course, this is the championship. Absolute banger to be here. My name is Ari, here with Rain will be your yappers for today. Rain, just generally, how you feeling going into today?
Hey, Ari, I'm excited to be here. Championships, like you said, we've been building up to this since about mid-year here, and so far, the competition, I think, in Calling All Heroes this year is stronger than it has ever been, so I am expecting this to be our best championship yet.
Yeah, definitely got some rivalries out there, some players that have things to prove, but for those of you that may not be super familiar with the scene or what goes on here, Calling All Heroes is an Overwatch tournament. It's a circuit for women and marginalized genders. The goal is to continue building an inclusive environment for everyone, focusing on equity, visibility, and community support. Radiant, as you may see around the broadcast and graphics, is the women-led gaming production agency that is partnered with Overwatch to produce Calling All Heroes. And for, again, those that might have missed what happened earlier in the year, things were a bit different when it came to this kind of circuit format that we've kind of developed as opposed to last year. This year, there was one open Swiss for our regular season. It consisted of 6 rounds, and the top 8 teams advanced to the playoffs. The playoffs were played out. $3,000 were given away. Seeding was granted for this championship. And here we are now in that Calling All Heroes championship. Teams will face off in a double elimination bracket where the total prize pool is $37,000. And our first prize, the lion's share, $10,000. Here are our matches for today. Take a peek because this is what you're going to be seeing.
Yeah, so we're in the top 8 knockouts here, so we're gonna get lots of Overwatch action on the stream, and we are gonna be starting out in the this knockout stage with our first match being the 1 versus the 8th seed here. So we're definitely gonna have lots of time for everybody to get some great incentives here because, Ari, I heard that Twitch chat really likes drops.
What are drops? I've never heard of them. Do we perchance have a graphic? Oh, we do. Look at that. Rain, I'll let you take it away. Give us the big bang.
Yeah, I mean, these are some pretty asked for drops, I think. Now the icon and the spray, obviously super cute. We love to rep Pachamari around here, but I know the Twitch chat is also going to be very excited about some esports loot box drops. So make sure that your Twitch account is connected to your Battle.net account so that as you watch the stream, support Ka, watch some good Overwatch, you also get a little bit of a something for your time.
Yeah, excited certainly to see those drops go into effect, but as well for the games. We've got teams up there that are eager to play. We have 4 total matches on the day. 2 will be with us, 2 will be with some different yappers. So it'll be somewhat of a longer stream for those of you that are going to ask throughout the stream. We know who you are. You know who you are as well. But to get into our first matchup, we can also meet the teams. We can also talk about them. It's going to be Leica Virgo versus Timeless X Missing. And for these 2 teams, by the way, you have to be careful that Timeless X Missing is not confused with Missing X-Ray. Those are 2 different teams. We're going to say it again just to clarify because they're part of the same org partially, but partially not. So just keep that in mind as we're going through.
Yeah, so this is going to be a pretty tough matchup here. Leica Virgo actually coming in from that tiebreaker match that happened yesterday between themselves and Nightmare Eclipse. So Leica sneaking in as the 8th place here and having to go up against Timeless Missing, this #1 team that has been pretty dominant throughout the season. It's definitely a tough ask here for Leica, but this team is going to show why they deserve to be in the top 8 of Calling All Heroes today.
Yeah, not to mention that if you think about it, that tiebreaker matchup was actually a $3,000 game because the minimum prize for this event is $3,000. And if they had missed out, I don't think they would have received any prizing. So already they're feeling good and they get to have what you kind of call a free roll going into today. But let's focus on the 1 seed, the team that we expect to be doing really, really well, making potentially that grand finals if they can. Timeless X Missing.
Yeah, fantastic group of players here. Sniper, Peace, Wisps, Z, and Nenwai. So you're going to be familiar with these players, whether or not you're a Calling All Heroes kind of follower, or even in the regular circuit of things. Of course, going to recognize Nenwai from OWCS playing for Lunex here. And this is the core of the 2025 COD Championship team, which was me and my friends gaming. So Peace, Nenwai, Scuffed, and Sniper, all of these players have so much experience playing together already, and they have been showing that synergy very, very strong right now.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of these players, you might recognize maybe one, you might memorize a couple, but you're going to be learning today what exactly those players are notable for. There's going to be flashy plays. There are going to be things that you just don't expect to see. But it's not all one-sided. Of course, they do have their opponents. They're here for a reason. It's Leica, Virgo, and I'm telling you, as much as you may not know these players, you're certainly going to remember them after this game, because they will definitely put up a fight, and I love the support Torb. I love it.
Also a big fan of the support Torb, the tank Kiriko as well. I think really a big opportunity there to make some plays here. But yeah, Konata, Elku, Natniv, Pingu, and HR Tree. So this is actually interesting because it's a primarily European-based roster, except for HR Tree, who is based in North America here. And these players, although maybe having their kind of first a little bit of a debut here, they've also got a lot of synergy from some previous teams. So the core of this team being Pingu, Unlucky Mane, and Natniv, actually coming from Quick Esports Nova, which competed in KA Spring 2025. And then some pretty well-known names if you've been following along with the Overwatch World Cup as well. Elku was actually a sub for Team Finland in the Overwatch World Cup. So lots of talent on this roster. So super excited that they made it into this top 8 and that we're going to get to see them here on the screen.
I also have to point out that as much as we're saying support Torb, tank Kiriko, that is the role that the characters or the people are playing, and the character that shows up is simply just who they want to showcase on their profile, not necessarily their agents that they're going to be playing. But we also do like to joke, oh, maybe this is the team comp. I don't think this will be the team comp, considering there is no actual tank. Sorry, Kiriko.
Yeah, unfortunately, Kiriko can fill a lot of roles, but tank is not going to be the one. Gonna have to stick to the support and doing a little bit of DPS on the support as well. So it's definitely going to be a tough match, like I said earlier here for Leica, especially going up against some of the talent from Timeless Missing. I mean, these are players that are playing in some of the top leagues of kind of Face It League and OWCS, of course. But everybody on the side of Leica Virgo has a lot of experience playing on teams. Every single player that's scheduled on that roster is also competing on another team. So lots of experience there to come up against this kind of juggernaut of a team that is a Timeless Missing.
Yeah, I don't know what it says about like all these players to be kind of split up into multiple different teams, but I can tell you that this means they are determined. They are determined to play Overwatch at the highest level. They want to get a nice chunk of change from this event as well. I can't lie there. But as well, I mean, they're all fighting to be the best of the best. And I'm happy that we could have this sort of platform, this tournament circuit that is here for these players. I am going to ask the all-knowing producer, though, in our ears, if we do have a map pool graphic. If not, totally okay. Oh, sounds like we do. And we are gonna get it. So we get an idea of what exactly are going to be chosen. Oh, well, this isn't the map pool, but those are the map picks. But yeah.
This is gonna be, so of course, Timeless Missing coming in as that #1 seed is gonna have the little bit of the advantage here of being able to select kind of the first map that we go to. It is, of course, going to be a control map, as is quite common with all of these Overwatch matches and leagues. And looks like they already know exactly what control map we're going to, so we're gonna be kicking things off on Nepal.
I feel like Nepal, we just have started to see a lot more. You've kind of strayed away from like the Lijiangs and the Ilios just a little bit, and Nepal seems to be like everyone's favorite just because you have free reign, so many different sight lines to kind of just go with whatever play you want to go for. And this allows, of course, for different comps to be thrown in the mix. Of course, one comp that we will not be seeing on this first map involves a certain Jetpack Cat. So no Jetpack Cat, no Diva.
All right. The jetpack have been not too surprising for me. I find the teams right now are leading kind of one of two ways when it comes to bans on control maps. You're either banning the Lucio and trying to force the jetpack cat, or you are banning the jetpack cat and trying to force more of kind of that standard, or once upon a time standard, Lucio kind of Kiriko backline here. So right away, Timeless saying that they don't want to bring out the jetpack cat just yet. And then the ban on to Diva here coming through from Laika. So I know that Laika do like to play a little bit of Wrecking Ball every now and then. So that Diva, of course, can really kind of hinder the aggression that can come through from that Wrecking Ball.
You're saying they like a Wrecking Ball?
They like a Wrecking Ball, yep.
I'm sorry, I had to do it at least once. I can't promise it won't happen again. But definitely the dive has felt like a strong piece to a lot of these teams. And you can kind of work it around given the various comps that players like to go for, especially when we see a lot of I feel like Cass, Freya, those are things that we kind of see as a lot of staples. And so if you can find a consistent way to deal with those critical pieces, well, then yeah, you're going to be having a lot of good luck in these maps. But here we go. Map number 1. Excited to see how it plays out. Nepal.
All right, and of course, something to keep in mind with these bans is that the teams will not be able to repeat bans as this series go on. This is a first to 3 here, so you have the potential to go the distance to a map number 5. So that does, of course, mean that Jetpack Cat going to be on the table for the next few maps, unless it is Laika that decides to ban her out. So we'll see what these teams are going to cook up on Nepal. Of course, a pretty, I think a pretty flexible map here, where some of these points you're going to lean more towards kind of that brawl style. I'm thinking Village. I'm even thinking of kind of the center point, but Sanctum, that's where things kind of open up a little bit. You can go for a bit more of a poke comp. You can go for some dive comps here, but I definitely would not be surprised if we see Laika kind of forcing the dive comp more or less whichever sub map we go to.
Yeah. Sounds pretty reasonable. Of course, we've said all we can really say. Are just excited to see what exactly they show up to the table with. Obviously, these two teams, we know them by reputation. We know what they are comfortable with, but maybe that's changed, right? And maybe that's the beauty of having a break between that seeding stage and having this championship stage, because now strategies might have changed. You might have seen something in the World Cup where you're like, ooh, I'm going to steal that, and so this is the comp we're running. Now, I hope it's not a C9 you might have saw in Spain versus Germany, but hopefully they can learn to stay on the point here, contest it through, and hopefully we'll get ourselves a banger matchup.
It's such a big ask to ask Overwatch players to stay on the point sometimes. You just really want to chase those limbs, but yeah, I totally agree. Learning as we go kind of through watching some of these other compositions and strategies that have really been coming through on the world stage, very much going to benefit these Calling All Heroes teams here. So we will get headed into Sanctum to start out here on Nepal. And of course, doors are still closed. So it's not necessarily these comps that we're going to be sticking with. We at least get a little peek at maybe some thoughts from the comps here on these teams, as alas, we will have to wait just a little bit more. It seems like we need to sort out some hero bans.
Yeah, I mean, the 2-ban thing might be coming in the future, but I don't believe we're setting that up right now. Instead, we'll just have a quick reset and get things going for you. But hey, it's good to get the technical difficulties out earlier, because then, grand finals, the players can just go absolutely ham and not have to worry about logistics. And maybe Demon will be banned at first map, given how potent that character has become over just its short lifespan.
I think it's a pretty good show, Demon definitely, after some kind of fine-tuning, some hot fixes that came through, increasing her damage a little bit more, definitely feels like she's in a much more viable state right now, and honestly, fairly kind of balanced when it comes to tanks, where she does have some nice counters, being any of that kind of long-range damage, or I dare say even some dive as well, as long as you can kind of navigate around that Demon. But if you are trying to take a face-first battle against a woman with a giant sword and shield, you might be in for a bad time here. So Timeless might be showing us that newest hero.
Yeah, we'll see if the Demon is the Elo Poison or the Elo Potion. Really just one of those things you gotta see how it shows up onto the match. But here we go. Timer finally dwindling down. As you can see, those comps Pretty speedy on the side of Leica Virgo, pretty speedy on the side of Timeless X Missing with Kiriko and Lucio, so should be a fun first fight. We'll see, as well as Kanata up in the sky, that Wrecking Ball. Certainly looking for a big slam to engage, find a sort of isolated player, get things going. But instead, just deciding to roll through, test the waters, find out who exactly is in the spot that is punishable. Big slam up on high ground, but back rolling away we go. And it will be that sort of first point touch that needs to come through, but it's Elku that goes down to the hand of Wisp. That is Wisp, not Wisps, just for clarification. And there you go, already first elimination for Timeless X Missing. They feel pretty good, and that'll be only, 2 eliminations needed to count this point.
It's a lot of pressure onto Kanata and Pingu to really kind of open this map up for the side of Leica so that HR Tree can really kind of find the targets that she's looking for on this Sojourn. Unfortunately for Leica, with this comp, you're not really going to have the staying power on the point when you're up against Sahil on this Demon. And then Wisps on the Freya. I mean, look, Freya absolutely incredible in the hands of a strong player here. And with Wisps already almost at 90% towards that bola shot, you know you got to be worried about that if you're Leica.
Good shift though on the Freya player. Looking maybe to farm that up, like you mentioned, to actually a lot of damage dealt on out. Just gonna deny that silver slide away. There's the bola launch through. That's gonna find 2. Although 1 is the final blow, the second one falls just after that. And although the Wrecking Ball is doing what they can on the point, it seems lackluster. As soon as this fight begins, Timeless X Missing find a pick, and although one player is still left around this point, almost a risk of being staggered.
Ooh, yeah, Pingu lurking. Ooh, okay, hits the pulse, but yeah, the Suzu is going to be there. So you're going to shut that Tracer down. And once again, it's going to be Timeless in control here. You can see that Wisp is even positioned over on the side. They're looking to find a pick before Leica can even get set up. And that's the issue that Leica's having right now, is that Timeless is just moving so quickly that by the time Leica is ready to go for a dive, there's already one falling.
He's very low on HP, we'll have to get healed on up. And there we go, here's the roll through. Again, I'm waiting to see some sort of follow-up off of this Wrecking Ball, and it just really hasn't happened quite yet. But maybe those stars start to align. But no, these backline battles seem to be the name of the game, and Timeless X Missing seem to be winning all of them. That is until Wisp does fall. So maybe a way into this fight, but HR Tree just falls down again, and now you start to wonder, where is that success that you're looking for from Leica Virgo? There's at least the mines, like, oh, beautiful pulse bomb in the mix. Those mines are on point, but it's not exactly going to contest the point for you. Nice little shot, and it's beautiful by a Wisp. Piece as well in on the action, and it's 100-0 clean for Timeless X Missing.
Yeah, that's pretty much as clean as I think it's gonna get. I'm pretty sure Wisp the only death on the side of Timeless Missing here. So, maybe a bit of a warm-up here for Leica. I do feel like of all the sub-points that you have on Nepal, that probably would have been the strongest one for this Wrecking Ball composition. Yeah, we get a little confirmation there. Only going to be 1 death on the side of Timeless, so it's definitely gonna have to be a bit of a change of the strategy here for Leica to try and come back into this map. And like you mentioned, Ari, I feel like the follow-up on the Wrecking Ball is kind of struggling right now, and it is really about this aggression and the tempo that's coming through from the side of Timeless Missing, because they're just never allowing for that setup. So it's so hard for Pingu to get into a position where they can actually follow up on the slams that come through from Kanata.
Sahil just kind of taking the aggressive line on this angle, making sure that no one can walk through, get some sort of free high ground advantage. And, well, a follow-up on the Wrecking Ball will not happen in this fight, my sources say, given that somebody isn't exactly in the fight to have a say. Pingu as well falling down, and, well, this is just going to be a fight over, and everyone else practically just fighting for all charge at this point.
Yep, just looking for a little bit extra damage here if you are trying to survive as you do a bit of poke. It is, of course, going to be the point flipping on over to Timeless here to start things off, and it is going to be so hard for Leica to push into this point when you have Wisps on this Freya just putting in so much damage no matter what choke point Leica try to walk through.
Nice shot again, and Wisp looking for an elimination. Not going to find it just quite yet, but again, this pressure up on the high ground, it's phenomenal. No one is even willing to step into the box, maybe take a fight with the gloves up, and HR Tree will receive a blow that sends them back to the spawn room. Goodbye Ana as well, we assume, and yes, no sleep dart out there. Pingu as well, down for the count, and the Wrecking Ball down in their spawn, I believe that was. So, Leica Virgo still grasping at straws to find some success.
Yeah, they're not really making great progress on the ult charge either because they're just not able to stay in these fights long enough to build up that charge. And Timeless, I mean, they have been putting in the damage here. You're gonna have pretty much everything ready to go, save for those support ultimates here. So I like this from Kanata. She's trying to force the point, try and draw some of that attention from Timeless towards the point to make space for her DPS.
Pulse bomb out, and that one's going to go a bit awry. Piece will be sent back to the spawners. This is the advantage that, like Virgo, we're looking for. Now the question, can they find the flip? Can they find the eliminations? And no, Pingu, instead the one falling down again. Mines used as a last-ditch effort. Oh, be careful. You're between your own bola and the mines. Okay, little interesting on this fight, but in the end, it looks like Timeless X Missing are still hanging on. HRT back to at least find the one, and the flip maybe even coming through. But there is that limit break that I'm kind of eyeing up, waiting to see if it gets launched out. Maybe possibility, maybe to end the fight. And yes, there's at least one slice. No dice, though, as it seems that only one pick is found. Like a Virgo, find the flip, and now it's Timeless X Missing, actually, on the back foot.
Ooh, if they could T-Max Sawhill here, that would be massive for Leica. It can take forever for that Demon to get back into the mech. So this is going to allow Leica to build some percentage on the point, which is so desperately needed. The late kills onto Sawhill and Peace. And all right, Leica coming alive here. They are going to have to play it very, very careful, though. Only one fight is needed here for Timeless to pick up Village and pick up Nepal as a whole. And they have both these support ults to try and make it happen. We're going to have to see some aggression coming through from Leica with the support ults of their own to try and draw out some things here from Timeless.
I feel like we always see a Tracer being the first blood in every single one of these fights. It's either Pingu, it's Peace. Either way, one of them seems to be falling down, and that lets the go button fly. It's the beat launched on through, the nano as well. Mine's just a little bit away, but again, that flip's gonna come through. It most likely will be the mines just for the contest in the end if they can be found, but the boop away comes through. Pulse bomb finds on a Nenwai, but here comes that Kiriko ultimate. Oh, shredded down Kanata back to the spawn room. And it's Peace that has come back from the grave. Nice shot by Sawhill, and a clean fight win in the end. A clean map win for Timeless X Missing.
Yeah, really strong start here. I think what we were more or less expecting coming into this is the #1 team here, and they are looking very, very practiced, even on this Demon composition, the newest hero here in Overwatch. But I feel like we had some shining moments coming through from Leica, especially towards the end of this second point here. So that's something that they can try and channel as we move into the next map, because, of course, first to 3 means that their back is not quite up against the wall just yet.
I was watching the play of the game, and I was like, is that really the flashiest play we had? But then I was like, I mean, honestly, there weren't many like multi-frags. There was no player that really like stood up and just turned the fight for themselves. So honestly, that goes to show that like a Virgo are just getting outmatched in the team sense, right? Obviously, if someone can step up and find that fight win, then absolutely they are still in this game. But for right now, it seems like the systems going at each other 1 versus 1 is going to have Timeless X Missing on top at the moment.
For now, there is still time here for Leica to come back into this, and they are going to have the power of the map selection as well. So that's going to be really good, especially for a team that is more kind of leaning into this, more of kind of the dive kind of pick style. Of course, I'm sure Kanata, she's able to play other tanks, but when you have a favorite tank, you know, you want to try and play that as much as possible here. So being in control of that map pick means that you can take us to a map where that Wrecking Ball is going to be a little bit more favored. The issue comes in is that if you don't protect ban the tank, it could very well be Timeless taking that Wrecking Ball out of her hands.
Well, I mean, you kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Do you take down the Demon and find the Wrecking Ball protect ban? I think that's a pretty fair sight. I don't want to call it a prediction, but something that would make sense given the certain circumstances of this series, especially as we saw even in that sort of little first whoopsie-doopsie, the Demon being asked for on the first point. And so it makes me think that this Timeless X Missing side wants to kind of lean on the Demon as long as they can. Not quite to maybe the same degree as like a Jetpack Cat, but it certainly is one of those new characters where teams still are struggling to find every which way to min-max against.
Yeah, and that's a really good point, is that, it can be kind of hard to figure out how to play the Demon kind of on your own, but if all the other teams are going to be kind of struggling with this new hero as well, so if you get a good handle on how to kind of navigate compositions involving this Demon, you could really catch people off guard with it. So looks like we may be getting a flashpoint for map number 2, and I'm always interested to see when a team will pivot straight off of a control map over onto a flashpoint, especially if they kind of struggled on the control map, where these map types are going to play fairly similar to each other. But that being said, definitely do think that there are some really good flashpoints that can more play into a dive style here, because there's such bigger maps compared to these control maps that you can get people set up on angles a lot easier and without taking some of that poke damage that I really think Leica was kind of falling to in Nepal.
Good vamp there, thank you, because I was trying to find the map pool that we could go through, and seeing this flashpoint that gives us an idea that there's either New Junk City, Atlas, or Suravasa up next. And as well, this is of course what Liquipedia is saying, so I'm going off of that. So just if I'm wrong there, forgive me, but that's just what I'm going off with, the resources available. And yeah.
Yeah, and we're hearing from Prod that it is going to be Suravasa, so we'll go ahead and share that with everybody. And yeah, I mean, of all the Flashpoint maps, it feels like Suravasa has been the favorite for a pretty long time, even after the rework, which, I mean, I guess that was quite a while ago now. But definitely one of these maps that teams are all very, very familiar with. Do think that it can be really nice for the Wrecking Ball, but that being said, with all of the corners that there are in Suravasa, you can very easily run that Demon as well, especially where you have the boosters to kind of work moving corner to corner. So we'll see if that is what we're going to get from these two teams, but we do know that we are not going to get to see any Freya here.
I mean, I'll give you a fair is where it's due, because like honestly, every time I'm in a ranked game, I am banning Cat and I'm banning Freya and I'm calling it a day. So I can completely understand why the Freya ban does come out here. I mean, it's one of those pain points that you have to deal with the team. Maybe they're saying, hey, we can focus the Demon a little bit more than we can focus this Freya, because the movement is nuts, the raw damage output is insane, and it's forcing our Tracer to basically go down every single time off the rip, whether it's by the Freya's hand or not, the damage, the pressure, enough to scare us away. But that being said, of course, that leaves the Wrecking Ball ban on the table if they do wish to use it. Honestly, I feel like they're not going to go for it. I don't know why. I just feel like it wasn't enough of a problem to where they want to ban it, and forcing them on a different tank could actually like jostle them in the right way, that is like a Virgo. So I think you almost want them to stay on the Wrecking Ball.
Yeah, I'm kind of thinking that as well, is that sometimes if you're winning up against a composition, you maybe don't want to ban that composition out and try and kind of force them onto something else here. So looks like, ooh, okay, getting a ping here that it is actually going to be the Demon that is banned here. So fascinating to see, and that makes me question, like, what are Timeless Mixing going to pull out here? Are they going to pivot maybe over onto the Diva that was banned out map number 1?
Wrecking Ball v Wrecking Ball? I'm down for a little mirror. A little strap
I would be
fight.
down. Ooh, yeah, it definitely could. It's possible. It is a possibility here. Sawhill in usually a little bit more kind of leaning towards some of the kind of like brawl style tanks, but of course remembering that Sniper also available for Timeless Missing to come in on that tank role, which would have a little bit more of kind of the dive style here. They did mention the Diva was more of their kind of preferred hero, so that's probably why we didn't see Sniper in for map number 1. So as we move into Suravasa here, I do think that Diva could be a really nice option for them, and banning that Demon will make it much easier to play the Diva.
Excited to see how this map shows up. Of course, we are just waiting for those players to get loaded in and for the map to be all right. But again, if you forgot, Suravasa and the bans coming through, Demon and Freya, certainly setting things up to be a good one. But what is that solution to success? What is the composition of choice? Well, how will the cards fall? Well, we're about to find out in approximately 3 seconds.
Yeah, we'll see if Leica are going to still stick with the Wrecking Ball. We are going to still have Sawhill in for the side of Timeless as well, so it'll be interesting to see what they opt for with the Demon out of the picture here. No surprises here from Leica. It's very likely going to be the same composition that they ran on Nepal with Pengu over on the Tracer. I suspect the Symmetra teleport out for these teams, but Surabasa is going to be really good, like I mentioned, for getting set up kind of on these angles for Leica. So hopefully going to be able to survive a little bit longer into the mid fight than what we were seeing on Nepal, thanks to the topography of the map. Now, on the side of Timeless Missing, this is a much different look for them than what we saw on Nepal, where they are going to be bringing out that Sigma, so very strong tank right now, and has the CC in the form of that accretion to deal with Kanata on this Wrecking Ball, not to mention Nenwai over on the Mizuki and Wisps on the Cassidy. So Timeless are very much expecting this Wrecking Ball.
Already, of course, the beauty of the Sigma is that you can just kind of walk onto this point and hang on for first control, whereas the Wrecking Ball really can't. Otherwise, you're letting the team behind you just get shot. So there you go. Decent amount of damage being applied. Careful, Sojourn. You gotta make sure you drop off that high ground when the time is right. 1 HP. Yeah, we all see the vision. We all thought it was gonna happen, but no. Instead, Kanata falls. And oh boy, I mean, as much as I want to hype up the rest of the fight, I feel like we all know what's going to happen. Leica Virgo running for the hills.
Yeah, once you lose that tank, you really can't afford to stay in the fight for too long unless you can get a quick trade. But everybody on the side of Timeless, very healthy, not going to give that trade over to Leica. So Marketplace in control of Timeless right now. And of course, the poke damage that's available from the Cassidy and the Sigma is going to be a lot for Leica to try and deal with. So they need to get set up on these angles and go for very quick hits.
Shields being gained, but still damage not being dealt out. Just spinning around, hoping to find something, and no one's going to walk into that saying, I'll let you do your thing. Hello, nice shot there. HR3 falling on down, the hinder applied, and yeah, good luck with that one. Oh, it's just a nightmare for anyone playing Wrecking Ball in this moment. Team kill comes through. It's going to be tough to find a touch here, although Leica Virgo should have enough time. The aggressive pressure from Timeless X Missing might come through.
Yeah, look, they're looking to control so much of the space here on Surabasa that even though Leica has a very high mobility composition, they're not going to be able to touch this point for free, but they're going to have to do just that if they want to trigger overtime. They won't manage to do it, though, so it is going to be Timeless picking up that first point 100-0.
I feel like the right word here is stubborn. I feel like Kanata is trying to make this ball work, and it's not like I want to say that it's not going to work, but I feel like given what we've seen so far, something needs to change, whether it's just some sort of playstyle around this ball, whether it is some sort of character. I just want to see something different, because right now we keep seeing the same thing, and it's carried over from control into this flashpoint now. Pingu with this whole spawn, well, that one's going to go a bit awry, but it does force somebody to run away, and Wisp will be back to the spawn room. Unlucky for them, but it so happens like that as well. The Gravitic Flux online. Desired to use. Oh, Tsune rush from both sides. And this should hopefully cancel out for the side of Leica Virgo so that they can find some sort of advantage a different way. But this pressure off angle piece down to 1 HP before the recall. And these melees are coming through, but it's the accretion that deals the final blow. Elku falls on down. Wisp down as well, but still the point control in favor of Timeless X Missing.
The trouble for Leica is that there's so many cooldowns available that every time they go for a hit, they're getting Kanata caught up in one of those cooldowns here. So although you get the mines out on the point, the answer in that flux, and Leica just ends up getting so split here that they're not able to really follow through on one dive target.
I mean, this has felt like a one fight for Leica Virgo this entire time, but no point flip has come through. And honestly, the numbers haven't as well. Very low on HP here is the Nano Wrecking Ball, although nice shots to at least find the elimination, but somehow still not a fight win. That felt like the best chance they found so far in this particular map, and it just doesn't happen.
Yeah, nothing materializing for them, and you can see every time Kanata goes in, she's getting hit with the chain, with the accretion. Losing Pingu is devastating here for Leica. It's so tough when Leica's going up against Peace on this Tracer as well, because you want Pingu to be available to go for these dives with Kanata, but they have to put pressure onto Peace, or Peace pulls out plays like that.
Very nice. Very nicely done. I mean, one elimination, winning a fight is not something you see too often, but here. It does indeed happen. Now one more point needed for Timeless X Missing to win out the map, take a 2-0 lead. And of course, that would not be the series, so you need 3 in order to find the W, but it's looking dire for Like a Virgo. And again, we're still looking to see something else change.
Yeah, they need to start baiting out some of these cooldowns before they go for a hard engage. They need to do kind of like a soft engage, make sure you can keep Kanata alive, and then go in for your hit on the target. But it's still very hard to do that when Timeless is just so patient with their cooldown usage. They always have some form of CC to use. They're never using both CCs on that Wrecking Ball at once.
Holy rock soil! Okay, well, this fight is over, that's for sure. The damage applied to both DPS, I mean, the mines do come through, the shield available, the accretion, in case that ball stayed any which way closer. And Peace is just having the world as their oyster. I mean, yeah, there's a little bit of pressure onto the point for the Wrecking Ball staying alive, but it's not enough to contest anything at any real gravity.
I like the idea there from Leica. They want to try and catch Timeless as they're making that rotation towards point, because once they get set up on the point, it's much, much harder to try and single out one of these targets from Timeless. But unfortunately, it just doesn't work out for them because Timeless, ready for the engagement, they know that Leica want to hit them as they're making these rotations because they don't have any form of speed to work with here. So once again, going to be point in control of Timeless.
Elimination, big group as well. It actually sends the cast away from the points and away from anyone that might have been in their sights. There you go, Kanata having a big fight for themselves this round. She is absolutely popping off, and in the end, Like a Virgo will get their first fight win of the map. But now, how do you snowball it? How do you keep it going?
It's gonna be very difficult, especially where Timeless are going to have 3 ults coming into this. Right now, again, it's about catching Timeless in these rotations here. So I like the positioning from Kanata. She's hanging, waiting to go for the pile drive, and Pango is already set up to try and follow up on that.
Zuki ultimate release onto the point. We still see the pressure, the flip coming through for Timeless X Missing. In the end, it is dire straits for Like a Virgo, especially if they get hard staggered out here. And that's the Pulse Bomb invested as well. Pingu falls down. Surely this isn't a stagger fight for the win, right? Well, Pulse Bomb invested. Kanata still falls down. 10% left. Everyone just running over to their deaths. In the end, this is Timeless X Missing all day, every day. Map 2 done, dusted, and over.
I mean, Leica looked a little bit better, got some percentage on Garden here, but it's so hard for them to play into Timeless when Timeless knows what Leica want to do every time. Kanata, though, she's gonna pick up play of the game again. Definitely some shining moments here for the Wrecking Ball, especially when she's able to live in the mid fight here. We can see she gets so much value here because all of those CC cooldowns were used early in the fight, and she managed to stay alive through them.
Well, apparently, Kanata, the play of the game merchant already, 2 for 2 there. But, you know, we'd like to see them sort of have that resurgence, actually get a map on the board. Because although, yes, statistically, 1 seed versus 8 seed, given the histories of this team, it should be Timeless X Missing all day. You still gotta believe in the underdog story just a little bit. They're here for a reason, and so for them to kind of show the success that they've had on the stage would be really, really nice, although it is tough to get going given the system that's on the other side. I mean, it's just like clockwork, and it feels like anything that Timeless X Missing does, it just works out in their favor in the end.
Yeah, and it comes down to not only the individual plays that we're getting to see from Timeless Missing, but just their overall kind of understanding of how to play against this comp that Leica is playing. They know the strengths of the Wrecking Ball comp. They know that you want to separate out individual members, get the pile drive on, follow up with the Tracer. So they're playing fairly close together despite being on this kind of Sigma Tracer composition, which you can control angles fairly well, but they don't want to get caught out, singled out. So it's just really fantastic play from Timeless and really just kind of showcasing why they are the #1 seed here. It's not just the mechanics, it's also the understanding, the macro of the game.
Yeah, I would argue that maybe even though we didn't see, again, those sort of flashy highlight plays, maybe we saw it a little bit higher in this map for Timeless X Missing. Again, they're just sort of playing as like a death ball, and when they do get separated, I mean, that is the fight where they end up falling a little bit short, but this death ball has been working. There's no reason for it to change because the amount of CC they have is enough to just deny any sort of wrecking ball that's trying to come through. You're not going to get isolated against like a railgun shot because there's a shield in your face. The only one that's really going anywhere is the Tracer, and that's, I mean, the very few eliminations we see that maybe go the way of like a Virgo, and then maybe that snowballs the fight win. But even then, I mean, it's the Tracer's job to go find an angle, do what they can, and then recall back to the team. And it's just this same rinse and repeat that we've been seeing that has allowed them to get out to this very large lead.
All right, well, there is one more opportunity here for Leica Virgo to try and at least grab a map here. They are, once again, going to be in control of the map type. Now, we aren't going to be able to repeat any of the modes that have already been played, so we won't be going to do a control or a flashpoint. Instead, are going to opt for the other symmetrical map mode, being push. So this is going to be last chance for Leica, and having only 2 push map options here, they are going to opt for Esperanza here, which compared to Coliseo, I would argue is the stronger dive map of the 2.
Yeah, I like the Esperanza for the Wrecking Ball. I'm just worried that the high ground is just going to be abused by this Timeless X missing side, and I feel like unless something is done where there's more support for this ball that isn't just like ranged to like Soldier or Tracer. Like Tracer's fine, but I want to see a little bit more, dare I say, like a Genji or something like that. And Sigma ban coming through on a ban on the other side. How often do you see an Ana ban? I have to question it.
The only time I see an Ana ban is when a team wants to run Jetpack Cat and they don't want to have a sniper poking them out of the sky. So other than that, we don't see it very often. I mean, maybe if you wanted to try and force a Mauga and you're worried that you don't want to run the Kiriko, but yeah, this is a fairly uncommon ban, but it does signal to me that we could be getting a little bit of Jetpack Cat action.
I noticed how you didn't say Roadhog there.
You know what? I mean, you could. I don't think we'd see it here, but that's a good shout as well. If you want to play Roadhog, you probably don't want to get hit with the anti-nade.
I mean, in theory, it's an additional CC for a ball. It's just another pain point. So, in theory, it could be a world. It might be a little bit of wishful thinking on my part, but in the end, this is something that we kind of expected with that Sigma ban coming through. It makes sense. But what does that mean? I feel like we might just be getting a Demon back in the mix, and then it's going to be, I don't want to say a repeat of map 1 in terms of how it went, but at least maybe the composition.
I would say Esperanza, I think would be a little bit harder for the Demon just because of the really long sight lines, and she doesn't have any access to the high ground easily. But I definitely think that as talented as Timeless is, if they really wanted to force the Demon here, they could probably get away with it. That being said, if you end up on this more kind of stationary kind of brawl composition for Timeless, I do think that this ball comp will get the better of you on this map. I feel like I said that about Nepal. You have some good dive spots. Okay, Sarabasa, some good dive opportunities as well. But Esperanza really does feel like kind of the last chance here to really force this dive composition, especially where even if like are able to pick up the win here, they're going to be going into the map pick of Timeless. So it would definitely be pretty rough to try and go into an escort or a hybrid map when you have zero control over it.
Really just here to kind of watch this one play out, because again, we've said all that we really can about what maybe needs to change or the implementation of this wrecking ball with the comp that they're looking for, and now it's just on the players to really show up on the day and make it work, to land the shots, to have the proper execution. But if there's just an inkling and maybe it's in the back of their minds instead of the front, well, maybe it won't be going too well for them. We could be seeing that 3-0, but that's the beauty of why we play the game. We get to see what happens, and I see Zenyatta, and I'm excited, but I feel like it may or may not stay.
I just can't imagine Matnif would have a very good time on this Zenyatta. Especially you really can't do it. You're going to be the #1 target here, and with Elku over on the Jetpack Cat, I mean, it's not really a whole lot of peel potential from your other support. Interesting that we are going to see the Jetpack Cat, but from the side of Leica, where I was more expecting to see it come out from Timeless, where they banned the Ana, but Timeless are going to stick with this Demon. They're going to work with this Kiriko and Mizuki backline, so they don't have any speed for Sawhill to to really work with. So that means that Leica, with this really high mobility comp, as long as they can keep rotating around the map, they have a good shot here at least getting a few more fight wins in than what we've seen so far.
Well, I expected that if the Demon pick would come through, it would be Jetpack Cat as well. Instead, that's not really the case. Instead, just kind of playing as that high movement tank that can go in and out of fights a little bit quicker than they would like traditionally on maybe other tanks. But there you go. First elimination, Peace falls down and looking for that slam, doesn't decide to pop it. So instead, we will have ourselves another swing and then be very careful. That's a lot of HP just reduced at the first sign of any engagement coming in from Kanata. But again, she's just going to keep on rolling around, causing chaos, keep on slamming until someone else can find the damage. But it's not Pingu. Pingu will be back to the spawn room, and so someone else will need to be the hero in this round. It could, of course, be Kanata. But with how much stall is coming through, the 30 meters and counting for Timeless X missing on this spot, and especially now the tank elimination that comes through for their side, even though Nenwai goes down, this should still be Timeless X missing, continuing control of the spot, even though the numbers are about the same. Another 2 picks, and now you can start to call it for real.
Yeah, and Timeless are going to get themselves set up on this bridge here, so they are pushing towards that first checkpoint, so they are going to grab that. They're going to grab the forward spawns as well. I like what you're saying about Kanata. She's trying to cause the chaos here, and it is working fairly well, but the follow-up is just not quite there. Sawhill on this Demon is doing a good job controlling the space, making sure that HR Tree and Pingu are going to have to push through her before they can get to those squishy backline targets of Z and Nenwai.
For the slam, and it does come through, no mines. Sune Rush, and the fun's actually been used on out, so certainly doable, although HR Tree and Pingu will fall down, and maybe, now that I say that, maybe it's a less doable, especially with now this cat. Oh my gosh, you were going for the snipe. Okay, you wanted the highlight reel, I see the vision, it doesn't happen here, but you're at least still winning the fight, so I'll give you credit where credit's due.
Yeah, good stuff here for Timeless. They're still in control. Like, they have to wait for Elfu to get back in the fight. You know, good news for them is that Natna does have this Kitsune Rush to work with, but you're pushing into so much power here from Timeless. Nenwai, with that Sanctuary, is going to be able to block so much of that damage that would come through from the use of that Kitsune Rush right now. So, like, they need to get some of these cooldowns out before they go for the engage.
Maybe a slam, you know, just rolling around trying to take all the health packs, but the team is tying without you, Kanata. You gotta do something. No, you're getting chased. And in the end, I think you're gonna fall a bit short as well. Don't forget there's a cap going on too. Full cap on the map. Hello, it's just over. Kanata in the back lines, and it does not matter. Timeless X missing. They just take it away. Maybe the fastest push map ever.
Something, Overwatch players and objectives, darn it. But play the game, I mean, Z, again, we didn't get to see a whole lot of really flashy plays here. That was a super quick push map, Timeless. I mean, they sat themselves on the point and they just walked it all the way in. So a fantastic job here from our #1 seed. And yeah, unfortunately for Leica, they knew it was going to be a very tough match coming into this, but yeah, just getting a little taste here of what that #1 seed team is really capable of.
I love, again, how the play of the game was one elimination, yes. And it was off the back of a Mizuki chain on a Tracer, which I feel like, at that point, I almost wanted to see the Mizuki chain, because, like, that would have been really clean to land, especially given how movement-heavy the Tracer is. But, yeah, the series done and dusted. I think a little bit quicker than we thought it would go. Maybe you thought like a Virgo would get a map. Maybe you think they would just kind of push Flashpoint a little bit further, or Control, given the availability to move around with all these comps and the ability to adjust to whatever they were trying to go up against. But they decided, hey, we're going to stick to our identity, and at least they committed to a play and they went for it. I can't fault them for that. Just GG, well played in the end.
Yeah, and of course, Leica's not going to be out of things entirely here. Double elimination bracket. They will get to have another shot at things, but definitely going to be a lot harder for them moving forward here. So that's it for round #1, but we are going to get to have a little interview here. So we're going to throw it to a quick break so we can get that interview set up. Don't go anywhere. We will be back with the victors after this.
Hey folks, how we all doing? The conclusion of our first series on the day was pretty dominant. You had a 3-0, and like a Virgo, well, they fall a bit short, but Timeless, X Missing, the favorites of potentially even the tournament, you could say, are moving on into the next round. And so we decided, hey, we're gonna grab somebody from their team, have a little interview about what they thought went right and what they are looking forward to with the rest of the tournament. Come on in. Who do we got for our interview?
Hello.
Yes. Hello.
How you
Hi.
feeling? How's it going?
Pretty good.
All right, this match was a little bit of a quick 3-0. Definitely quick on that ending map as well. But if you have to give the opposing team credit where credit's due, what was like the most annoying piece of their comp to deal with?
The circle, the wrecking wheel.
It's valid.
I don't like circle character.
Yeah, but I mean, you guys had it out in the end, so I think as much as it was annoying, I think you'll take the result, no?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. I'm interested in kind of looking forward here. So of course, top 8. There's some pretty strong competition here in Calling All Heroes Championships. What team are you most looking forward to playing out of the top 8 teams?
Probably Cat Cafe.
Yeah, pretty strong team, that one as well. So I definitely expect if you guys go up against each other, it'll be very, very close.
Yeah, also like with the new Demon character, like obviously the meta shifted, and like anytime there's like a new meta or whatever, like we only started like scrimming this week. And like we didn't even fully know what tank we were gonna start on Demon until like yesterday. And I know like Cat Cafe was like literally doing like double blocks every single day with like Team Canada, and like for like the past like 3 weeks, so they've had like a lot more practice on like Demon and like the new meta, and we're kind of like just getting into it.
Ooh, okay, I love that. I want to kind of follow up on kind of Demon, since, yeah, we are getting to see her for the first time here in Calling All Heroes specifically. So your team does have 2 tanks that can kind of swap in and out. So we saw it was Sawhill that was playing mostly today. Can we expect that Sawhill is more going to be kind of the Demon player here, or has Sniper gotten any time on that hero as well?
Honestly, it's been pretty even in scrims. Sniper just like, I know like there's a couple scrims where we're gonna play Sniper and Sniper is just asleep. And like Sniper has like more time conflicts and stuff, but I'm not too sure. I feel like that's still kind of in the air. I don't really think we have like one designated one. We just like only got to play with Sawhill yesterday, so we kind of just said like, okay, for tomorrow we'll just play Sawhill, but that definitely could change.
Nice.
Well, I mean, you guys had a quick day. You had one matchup, you win it out, and you're donezo. But I do gotta ask, do you have some sort of like pre-match routine and post-match routine? Maybe a little bit changing if you win versus lose?
Before any match or like even just like normal ranked, I always like shower and I put on like sweatpants or pajama pants and like have my socks on. Like even when I've played like for UCLA like at the LAN tournament, I like took off my shoes on stage. Like I always play in socks and like comfy pants, and then after like any map loss, I always like wash my hands.
Yep.
Fair
Yep.
enough.
Wash the loss away. I love it. Yep. I can get behind that.
Fair enough. Well, a quick match on the day. We're going to keep the interview shorter than the map itself, so we're going to send you on your way. Enjoy the rest of the day, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right. Well, that's it. Rain, any closing words on that series?
No, just make sure you all have your Twitch account connected to your Battle.net account. Drops are happening here, and there's so much more Overwatch to be seen, so don't worry, there will be time for you to grab those drops. So Twitch chat, make sure that you have that done.
All right. Well, next matchup is going to be X Oblivione or X Joblivione, depending on where you look. I promise it's the same team. They're just labeled differently, okay? X Joblivione versus Valentine will be up next, so stay after this break because that's a banger matchup you're not going to want to miss. We'll see you then. Hey folks, welcome back to Overwatch Calling All Heroes. This is, of course, the championship that we are going to continue rolling with, and we've got a banger matchup. I know I said that the last time, but this one is even closer. The 4 seed versus the 5 seed. It's Extrablivione versus Valentine, set up to be one of the matches of the tournament, I think.
I mean, I have to agree with you, Ari. These are two teams coming in kind of middle of the pack here of that 4 and 5th seeds. So definitely expecting a pretty close series between these two. And of course, still going to be a 1st to 3 here. So potential maybe to get into that map number 5.
Here's the thing, though. If you followed the CAW scene, you might think, oh, 4v5 seed, I mean, the players aren't going to be the great. You know the names of these players. This Valentine roster, I'm pretty sure it was, like, the #1 team in the CAW scene for, like, multiple years until everyone started to, in this new age, started just absolutely popping off, and everyone's just all of a sudden absolutely insane. But these players still very much insane. Valentine, the roster we're going to be looking at first: Kindred, HK, Benevolence, Bernice, and AJMR.
Yeah, and you're totally right, Ari. This is a team that has been consistent in CAW for many seasons here. And in the 2025 championships, it was Valentine that came 2nd place overall. And that is a continuation of the core here that we're seeing in 2026, being HK, Benevolence, Bernice, and Kindred, all playing on that 2nd place team in the 2025 championship. So although they are coming in kind of middle of the pack here, this is very much a top contending team.
Yeah, I mean, you just got to believe that any one of these players can stand up and can have those flashy moments, as well as the system that we saw kind of in the first map of just absolutely rolling with and keeping it smooth. But of course, the other side, Extrablivione or Extrablivione CAW, depending on where you look, I promise, again, it's still the same team. But this, the players up coming as Santi, Winter, Shull, Envy, and Paulette.
Yeah, so lots of talent on this team. Of course, you might recognize Paulette from the Overwatch World Cup, playing for Team Mexico, but also Extrablivione, just an incredible amount of talent on this roster, and they actually did win out against Valentine when they played them in the Swiss rounds here. So they are coming in as the favored team here, but it was a very close series between those teams, so expecting for another one here today.
And of course, I'm going to say it every series, but the Damage Mercy absolutely popping off here as well. These are just the characters that the players want to show on their portrait, but those roles are most likely accurate to what they will be playing during the match.
Yeah, and we got to see some decent kind of interesting compositions coming through in the last match. So I think that as we kind of heard from Wisp, you know, the introduction of Demon did change the meta a little bit here. So it's fun to get to see these teams try and figure that out as we move on through these CAW championships. Now, Extrablivione coming in as that 4th seed. They are going to be in control of the map pick, and we are once again going to be heading over to Nepal to start things off.
Yeah, the map pool consisting of Busan, Nepal, and Samoa. I personally, I like Samoa, but maybe that's just given my hero pool, specifically Zenyatta. Don't ask me how it works on the map. I just make it work. But Nepal, definitely a lot more consistent with what we expect and, quote, the meta of just how everyone starts to like to play these. But Lucio ban coming out, and I believe that's a Demon ban as well. So very strong and aggressive bans, if I had to say, for a control map.
Hey, I love to see it. You know, when I saw the Jetpack Cat ban in the last series on Nepal, I noted that there's 2 heroes that tend to get banned out on these control maps. It's either the Jetpack Cat or the Lucio. So seeing the Lucio ban come through definitely is going to open the potential for us to get to see some of that Jetpack Cat instead. And then the Demon ban coming through really early on in the series is interesting to me for Valentine as well, because this is a hero that is in a pretty good spot right now. And of course, banning out a hero in the series does mean that you won't be able to use that ban as we go through the next set of maps here. So they're definitely going to want to make that ban count.
Yeah, I mean, I know that we saw a Wrecking Ball in the previous map and the previous series, but I do feel like, all things considered, we could actually see a Wrecking Ball kind of come through again, and I would assume find a little bit more value, just maybe given the nature of how close these two teams are. But as well, I think we know, I think it was Santi as one of those ball players who enjoys playing the ball and as well, like, kind of has that team to follow up. We've just seen some nasty plays from the team as a whole when that Wrecking Ball composition is the case, but of course that does not mean they are entitled to only go in that one specific comp. We could very well see something else.
Yeah, that's exactly it, and there's so many kind of opportunities right now for different comps to be played. No longer are we kind of locked into a really, really hard meta. You know, the Lucio Kiriko backline, we've kind of been freed from those shackles with the introduction of Jetpack Cat and Mizuki, and as teams have kind of been figuring out how to fit Demon into some of these compositions as well, really has changed kind of the look that has been the meta for a pretty long time. So excited to see what these teams are going to bring to the table. It of course is not going to include a Lucio, it's not going to include a Demon for map number 1, but still lots of opportunity to play either a brawl comp, dive here. There's so many options when we head into Nepal. Unfortunately, I do not think it's going to include a Junkrat from Shell.
Yeah, I'm eyeing that as well. I don't think that will be the case. As well, the Mercy probably not going to happen, but I do have to as well point out that like any one of these players is absolutely insane with what they do. Like you could see, I know Kindred like is one of those names where maybe you don't remember at the front of your mind, but as soon as you see them play and the style that she is absolutely capable of playing, it is absurd. Like we don't typically see Zarya a whole lot just because a lot of these teams like to favor the sort of dive style, but Kindred on this Zarya, I promise you, is something to look forward to. Kindred, please don't make me eat my words for saying that.
No, I totally agree. She is really, really strong. And Valentine, we have seen them run this Zarya Vendetta composition, which is really fun to get to kind of see a reemergence of, where it was pretty strong when Vendetta kind of first came out, but then kind of faded away as we moved towards some more kind of like mobile tanks instead of that Zarya. But I think that the H-Key plus Kindred, the synergy between these two really does kind of favor that aggressive Vendetta that can go in and kind of secure a limbs early on in a fight here. So we'll see. The doors are still closed, so the teams are still going to be able to kind of just pick and choose what they end up on. But regardless, do think we are going to get to see Bernice over on that Jetpack Cat. I'm very interested on, yes, Paulette, she is going to swap over on to the Jetpack Cat as well, and Winter is actually going to give us the Xion here. So high mobility, high damage output hero here, as both these teams are going to be fighting for control of this high ground.
Sigma pick on out from Santi. We had a little bit of question marks as to what exactly that team's going to be over Leone, but they've made themselves known. They decide this is what they're going to go for, and H-Key is going to go back to the spawn. That's going to be an interesting start for them to this game, but that may be how the cards fall. H-Key will have to say hi to the rest of, well, I was going to say their team, but no, it's actually the opposing side as Extra Oblivione lose 2. And it's a quick swap over to the Hazard, actually, early in this game. Well, I guess I'd rather it early than late after that percentage starts accruing, but quick flip for Valentine. They'll get point control first.
Yeah, they're going to get set up on the high ground as well. This is a great plays for Benevolence on that Sojourn to be. And Santi making the swap over onto the Hazards, you're going to have a lot more mobility than you would have had on that Sigma, which is going to be really good for trying to work around this Zarya. You don't necessarily want to take the duel just straight against the Zarya. You want to put pressure onto Benevolence on that Sojourn.
Just a little bit of poke, just maintaining the point and actually trying to force a bit of a flip here, and the Zarya will come through, but that bubble popped and will have to get out of dodge. The HP not exactly infinite. There you go, the Joyride sent on by, not going to find the elimination, but it's Shull and Santi that are doing their own work. In the end, it's a team wipe, actually. 5 straight on down, no staggers in store, but looks clean on the kill feed at least.
Yeah, you get the little bell for your actions there. Extra Oblivione also going to pick up some percentage on the point here. 36 is not too bad for Valentine, especially where they are getting close to some really impactful ultimates. I'm keeping an eye on that Kitsune Rush from AJMR, but Envy has already built up her Kitsune Rush, so there's an opportunity here for Extra Oblivione to go aggressive in this fight and ensure that they can gain the lead here on Twitch.
Big jump in for Santi, looking to maybe punish Kindred for an aggressive space take, but oh no, the rest of the team gone on down. So Winter, Envy, both back to the spawn room, although Santi hanging around, just applying this pressure. It might just be kind of a last-ditch effort to maybe salvage some sort of fight. H-Key, that's a very comedic death there, if you will, but the point still flipped over to Valentine with a Hazard in the back line.
She is somehow managing to kind of survive things, is going to even commit in the down 4 here. So Extra Livione, they want to come back in and flip this quickly.
Yeah, overclock as well in the mix. Bernice goes down, and the Graviton Surge, it's clean as ever, lands onto a few targets, enough to win the round. It doesn't need to be flashy, it does need to be all 5, as long as the eliminations come in at the end of the day. Extra Oblivione still kind of fighting to get some stability. It felt like they maybe got one fight, felt good, but I really still need to see them kind of bounce back in this game and convincingly show that they can do these hard takes at the point.
Yeah, and unfortunately for them, it's going to be hard on this next fight where they just committed so many ults into a losing fight here. So it's going to be the Spree and the Catnap ready to go. The good news, though, you're only up against that Sundering Blade from HT. However, approaching 90%, Valentine are very much in the driver's seat.
I think that's a new Spree that's launched on through, and Benevolence, they will fall to the hands of Santi. There you go, the Blade as well launched through, but it is all Extra Oblivione this time, and it, I guess, was the favorable positioning that was enough to win things through. Was eyeing the point to make sure somebody touched there, at least for the final moments, and we did have a touch indeed. So Extra Oblivione hang on for a little while longer. But again, Valentine, what do they have to say? Not exactly any ults for it.
No, and they are going to have a swap, though. So Kindred is going to move over onto the Malga, so off of that Zarya. So you're going to have a lot more presence on the point. So if you're Valentine right now, you can really just try and force a fight on the point. Actually, they only don't quite have any ults online. It's really going to be on Envy to try and build up this Kitsune rush so that you can also have a good fighting chance on this objective.
Very low onto the player. Slash, you thought might have found the elimination, but no, instead it's the spike guard to at least kind of hold on and make sure that Santi does not go down. Soon a rush in the mix, and we'll see exactly what becomes of that. Well, it's just a 1-for-1 trade, but as well, that additional stability, really, really important. The flip does come through, though, so Valentine have forced someone to stay on this point, and then Extra Oblivione back the other way as well. So, again, you're kind of waiting to min-max this situation. It's the down core, the eliminations that come through, and this should be the fight over, especially as Kindred falls, the tank players, usually the ones that propel the rest of the team in. That's a Catnap launched on through, and not exactly going to find the victim either. This might just be a full run and kind of steal the point away, steal the sub-map away as well. Very low on time to work with one player trying to touch, but no, not gonna happen. The Doomfist, you saw the vision, but instead it's Extra Oblivione back from a deficit.
Yeah, a fantastic turnaround here for Extra Oblivione. I mean, it was the quick swap over onto the Hazard. Excellent kind of swap to try and force a fight against this Zarya, but it's really the positioning from Extra Oblivione that brought them back into things. They did a fantastic job keeping Winter set up on an angle. She was such a consistent presence here, and Paulette, I mean, she's got 0 deaths. That's absolutely what you want to see from your Jetpack Cat.
Cat players, am I right? As somebody who plays support and or characters that do not target a Jetpack Cat well, I feel for the other side, but at the same time I don't, because they're also running Jetpack Cat. So maybe you could argue cat diff, maybe you could argue the system just working for one side better than the other, but we've still got more time before this map is over, and of course the series is still plenty to go. We'll start with a quick engage over towards this left side if you're looking at it from the Valentine point of view. That Santi looped up onto the high ground, but certainly dropping back to point to preserve that HP and to make sure they can take a fight that is more desirable for the team. Looks like that'll be solid, though, positioning for Extra Oblivione, and they have found a perfect setup on where they want to play, but the dash comes through, and an HT, well, will feel the brunt of the bullets. Not exactly ideal, especially as Santi slicing and dicing the front line. It feels as though this is just a push of sheer will, as Extra Oblivione have already won the fight for themselves and are simply cleaning things up.
Yep, and okay, I mean, I was wondering if we were going to see a swap come through for Valentine. They tried the Zarya Vendetta again, but it just didn't quite work out from. There's so much kind of burst damage that can come through from this Hazard, from Winter on the Xion, and even from Shoal over on that Sojourn. So over onto the Malga again here for Kindred, and HK, she's going to make the swap over onto the Reaper. So this is going to be a bit of burst damage of your own to work with. Unfortunately, she is already back at the spawn.
Saw the Charlie ride, maybe a chance to find the elimination. 1 HP. Oh, there's the player as well helping out, but it's AJMR that, as soon as they get back out of the spawn, is sent to the spawn room, so not ideal, but in the end, it looks like Extra Oblivione again will clean this one up. Even a spawn pressure coming through. Spawn door? Oh, I thought they almost fell off the map for a second. Santi's still alive. Okay, the pressure is still maintained for Extrablivione. And a cat in the sky that is just holding on for dear life as a jagged wall comes up to the side of them.
She's somehow still alive. Okay, Bernice won't end up getting staggered out there. That is massive here for Valentine. They're going to get a full regroup. They are going to be building up to that catnap, but Extrablivione hasn't made any comp swaps, so they are much more ahead in the ult economy here, which is going to make it very hard for Valentine to push towards that point.
Yeah, definitely saw the vision with that spree there. I know it's Winter that finds 3. And that might be why you, A, ult track, and B, do not go in a tiny corridor when you know the spree is on a line. Extrablivione, they were a little slow to start in that sub-map 1, but the sub-map 2 feels a lot more dominant.
Yeah, they definitely are in control. An overclock in the sky, nonetheless, Ari. I mean, Extrablivione are feeling it right now.
Absolutely. First elimination comes through. Kitsune rushed, I think, just to kind of hang on for dear life, and it doesn't even save HK. This is 3 players remaining that need to find a touch. And I guess you could with the overclock if you could find your way there, but I don't think that's going to happen. Catnap for good measure to take care of Santi. Nope, not going to happen, and nor is the point cap either. There you go, Extrablivione winning a map number 1. And it was at first a little shaky as to who was going to come out on top, but a statement made in sub map 2.
Yeah, fantastic bounce back here from Extrablivione. Santi, I mean, after she got off the Sigma, it was locked in here for the tank of Extrablivione, and you can see just how powerful the hazard can be when you're able to really cycle through these cooldowns effectively. You were constantly putting pressure onto Valentine, forcing out cooldowns from them, and then it's just the violent leap to get out. Santi did a great job just kind of staying alive and being the tank for the team.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of joke that, oh, you know, tanks, they have a role that when you die, your whole team loses. And that is a very simplistic approach to it, but it's a lot of the time true. That can be what happens if that frontline presence isn't there. Then you have a cat that decides, you know what, I'm just going to ignore the tank because it's not there. Go into the backline, have free reign as well. There's an overclock in the sky. There's a Cassidy half the time as well. And so you just start to wonder, how do you approach these things when your tank is down? The answer, a lot of the times, you don't. But first map up on the board, and I want to say a bit surprising maybe in the conclusion of how it went. I wanted to see maybe a little bit more back and forth on the second sub map, but I guess Extrablivione kind of just locking in.
I'm big and greedy, and I want all of the tiebreakers, including on control. But I still think we're going to have Valentine come back into this. They are in control of the map pick here, so big opportunity for them. We did see some different looks from them, so I like the approach of trying to play that Zarya Vendetta. I also like that they swapped off of it fairly quickly when they knew it wasn't working, but getting to see a little bit of Mauga, a little bit of Reaper as well. So definitely seems like Valentine is a team that's quite flexible here, so they're going to be able to really tailor this map pick to work with whatever they are most comfortable with. And I'm wondering if that is the Zarya Vendetta that we've seen a decent amount from them, and if it is, I do feel like Flashpoint actually could be maybe a nice map to pivot over onto, even though in the last series I just said, you know, it's surprising to see teams go for kind of back-to-back control to Flashpoint, but I think Nepal was close enough. If you're Valentine, you're not feeling too disheartened just yet.
Yeah, the beauty of them, the Valentine side, going and finding those comp switches is that you can find at least what works on a similar style. And so you might have tried multiple things and said, okay, this is what we saw the best results with, this is what we didn't find the best results with, and then you can kind of adjust accordingly while it's still fresh in your head. Yes, if you kind of let it go to later in the series, you could go for the element of surprise, you could maybe let them feel a bit too comfortable on the other side, but at the same time, you also want to keep in your head, this is what we can target, and if you lose sight of that fact, you might lose the leverage that you have against the opponents. And so instead of maybe winning the round, winning the map back to back, you're instead letting it fall later and actually potentially losing it. But that is all just discussion for a later date. We've got Neon Junction, a hybrid map, coming in for map number 2.
Ooh, our newest map in Overwatch as well. And I think, just judging from the amount of times that I seem to end up on this map in competitive, the community seems to like Neon Junction. So So love to see it. I do feel like there are some pretty hard choke points to work on this one, especially the first point of Neon Junction on the defense. It's a pretty hard choke point for the attacking team to walk through, but definitely some just really kind of interesting interactions. We, of course, will have that train that will come through that will be an instant elim for anybody standing on the tracks. And then just overall a really beautiful map as well. I love to see the design come through on these hybrid maps and on the newer maps in general.
Absolutely, gotta love it. Shapes and colors abundant in this map, and as well, even just Overwatch as a whole. But we will see the Freya removed. And I was gonna say, with this map being brought up, I was gonna say, okay, so you're seeing longer sight lines, the Sojourn, the Freya, the Cass. Well, no more Freya. So that's not gonna be the case. Obviously, we don't really see Freya Cat. I don't know, that's just not really been a thing that people do, given the mobility of Freya just as their own character. But now, as well, do you ban the cat? That's the bigger question, is now that you're off control, but you can still just decide to do it if you want it, or do you feel that Mirror is capable, or do you just want to ignore it entirely and see what happens?
Yeah, I feel like saving the cat ban for another map might be the play here. Neon Junction, I mean, you definitely can play the Jetpack Cat here, but it's much more of kind of a narrower map compared to, you know, the push maps and the Flashpoint maps that are going to be coming down the road. But, alright, Extra Oblivione, they are agreeing with you, Ari. They are going to take the Jetpack Cat out of the mix here, so we are going to be a little bit more ground-based for the supports for this one.
Yeah, I'm still thinking about, okay, Sojourn's in the mix. I mean, we see a decent amount of Emre on this map, do we not, as well? Maybe I'm just...
It's about that spam. It is about that spam damage, right? If you have kind of a small choke point, any of those heroes that are going to be able to just put out kind of consistent damage and make it really hard to walk through those choke points, definitely viable here. And those Emre nades can really, really hurt if you get trapped in a corner with them.
You said Junkrat? You said Junkrat? I'm down.
I mean, I would love to see some Junkrat. I really would. And I mean, hey, you got Freya banned out, so you don't have to worry about that long-range damage coming in. This could be the moment for Shull. This could be the moment to lock the Junkrat.
I'm down. Give me Junkrat Mercy. I saw it before the loading lobby, and it put a thought in my brain where it's got to come through now, surely, right?
Yes,
but,
yeah.
but no. I mean, do we see the Lucio come back in? I know it's not control, but does that kind of help the tank line? Maybe Lucio for Kindred to kind of speed around and do that high dealing damage with that particle cannon, or?
It's definitely possible. I do think that having speed of some form, especially for the attacking team, is definitely going to be favorable, whether that's going to be the Lucio or potentially even the Juno. I do think that if you want to run a Zarya Vendetta or even a Zarya Reaper, you're going to want to have speed of some form here, because although it is, a hybrid map with some nice choke points and nice corners to walk around, like we mentioned, it's a pretty long range map, so the Freya ban coming through really does kind of speak to that, and you don't really want to have your Zarya just kind of walking up long sight lines with minimal mobility here. So maybe not the Lucio, but Valentine thinking maybe they will show us the Juno. They are going to be on the defense here, so we are going to get Kindred on that Malga as well. So definitely some strong point presence here between Kindred and then Benevolence over on that Cassidy as well. But Extra Oblivione gonna have the opportunity to maybe think about their comp just a little bit longer.
The Baptiste, I like it. I want to see more Baptiste just in general, but I don't think it's gonna happen. I saw the Immortality field already displaced, which makes me think that it will not be the final choice of the support player. And it looks like Shull on that Widowmaker, Owlette opting for the Iari. And there are the final swaps indeed, after getting a little bit of a sightline as to what exactly the defense is on about. It'll be Xion, it'll be Cass, and a first engagement to come through. Don't forget about that Maga that is just a centerpiece, just launching of a wide variety of bullets into the mix. But Tracer surprise for those in the back line, and that will be a quick recall. You saw the vision almost at one clip, but no, he said Benevolence, they will fall, and that is the one player that you don't want to lose. Oh well, that's multiple more that you don't want to lose. Santi, Shull, both falling on down. Oh, that she at least finds one, but gets their life traded on out for it. Bernice, she finds one on a Winter, but again, this is just so chaotic that nobody really has any sort of momentum into this fight, and so it just kind of feels like a numbers game. And of course, with Santi falling early, that means that Extra Oblivione really cannot push it.
Yeah, actually, kind of caught Valentine off guard there with the early pick from Paulette, but once Valentine is aware of all of this poke damage that's coming through from the Explosibility, they really kind of just adjust their positioning, right? They're playing the corners, they have Bernice with the speed ring here, so they really can afford to kind of get aggressive onto these more kind of stationary targets of Paulette and Shaw.
Xion in the mix, very aggressive positioning, and Shaw will fall for it. Winter actually does find one on that Xion. Santi falling again, though. So again, you see at least a decent highlight from the Extravivione side, but they just are not able to convert it all the way to the point where the team can fully capture this point in the end, maintain the numbers advantage enough to push on forward. Benevolence, they're in the mix and at least hoping for the best, but ooh, nice shot in the end there to at least take down Winter. And there is that point pressure. The people have respawned for the Extravivione side, especially with that Kitsune rush now in the mix from both sides. Pulse Bomb, I'm eyeing it. We're all looking for it. Soldier, an idea of the player that is behind them, but the Pulse Bomb goes aside as well as the rail. Xion with the spree, Sandy with the flux, and that kill feed stay in orange. Extravivione finally find that cap that they were looking for so direly.
And it's just an excellent combo of ultimates there from Extravivione. Santi, she locks all of the players up in that Gravitic Flux. Winter ready to go with the spree. Okay, looks like, yeah, we're going to get the Tracer to come through as well. So I like this. You're going to have a little bit more kind of survivability to hold on these angles. And HK, she's actually going to swap over onto the Genji as well. So nice mobility here, but she's going to have to use that mobility to walk back to the spot.
This is a Kindred very low there. At least with that cardiac overdrive is able to keep the HP at least enough to stay alive in this fight, preserve the defense holding strong. Otherwise, that would have been a big snowball. Let's see, Yari ults. What do we got? Well, that's a shield. That's a big cage in your face. That will not be the ult finding its mark. Instead, the cleanser through. Getting the help once again. Big slam. Kindred finds one. Again, a lot of players though to deal with from Extravivione. Envy falling does leave some sort of a reset button that needs to be happening for this attacking side, and validly so, as you want to have all your members to push that card.
Yeah, you really need to have some numbers here if you're Extravivione. Santi is over on the D.Va, so they're going to be able to eat up so much of that overclock and even send Benevolence back to the spot.
Yeah, you saw actually a lot of ults invested there. I didn't think that many would be used, but Extravivione, they feel the overclock is needed given the early engagement from Benevolence on that overclock, and they just decide, hey, we're gonna clean things up quite nicely and keep on pushing this cart. So I feel like maybe you could have held on if you were Benevolence to that overclock, but coulda, shoulda, woulda.
Yep, exactly, and we're gonna see a little bit counter swap coming through here as Kindred is gonna move over onto the Zarya, so signature hero for her, and of course going to be extra damage here against Santi, who can't defense matrix any of that primary fire here. However, actually they only have so many ults to try and push forward here. They have the opportunity to use this Kitsune rush first even. HMR coming up on it very quickly though, so it is gonna be the match that comes through.
Bubble looking for the pulse. No, instead onto the back line. There you go. Bonk. Takes down the pulse bomb, and as well, Kindred getting absolutely fried. Winter finding 2 eliminations on the fight. She's looking darn good. And this should be a nice clean fight that Extravivione can kind of clean up. Just pleasantries. AJMR, just a last kunai before eventually they find themselves back in the spawn.
All right, that's the second point. Capped up here. Extravivione with a very healthy time bank as well. More than 3 minutes. However, they did have to invest heavy into that fight to win it out. So just going to be banking on this Captain Sun from Paulette and Valentine. Now they're going to have the Blade ready to go. They have the Orbit as well. And yeah, they want to go with those first.
Big slice and dice. We expected it maybe to be the Vendetta. That was the choice of melee character. Instead, it's HP on that Genji. Finding the one, Paulette finding make that 2. And Extravivione, you thought maybe they were on the back foot for this fight, but no. Instead, Kindred at least that last breath of light to maybe salvage anything that she can, but no. Instead, it's the support line, the fragging duo apparently, and Extravivione keep on walking.
That's such a good point. Paulette and Envy have been showing up in the kill feed consistently here. I mean, Paulette on this Iari has been absolutely incredible. It's hard to stay alive as an Iari up against this comp that Valentine has been running. Especially HG is going to move over onto the Tracer now, so it's going to be on Winter to try and make sure that Paulette is not getting attacked YHT over and over again.
I feel like the grab's going to be the only real saving grace for Valentine in this fight, given that, well, it is the only ult they have online at the moment, but no exact hard engage just quite yet. Oh, no, that's not ideal. Well, I guess it's ideal enough. You find the one, but no elimination. Instead, it's Santi on the Diva to pick up one. Winter as well, just being an absolute menace in the backline. Finds a second. The Pulse Bomb available if the need is there. It's just the overclock holding the spawn door. Santi applying that pressure as well. It seems all but lost, and it will be the case. Valentine get full capped on and have their hands full for this side swap.
That's so unfortunate. I mean, Kindred, she's got to be so worried about that grab being eaten up by the defense matrix, so she tries to go for the grab while Santi has her back turned and just doesn't quite work out the way that she intended it. So that is a great full cap here, and doing it with time in the bank does mean that if we go into the overtime rounds, actually, Leona is going to be guaranteed another round here. And look, I gotta shout out Paulette again. I mean, she's just been so deadly. She is almost leading in eliminations on that ERE for her team.
I gotta point out one of the key differences. Obviously, there are many between this series and the last, but one of the main ones I'm noticing is that the Tracer players are not dying off the rip. And that seems to be a very key piece to success here, as both teams at least having that off-angle pressure for the majority of these fights are leading to some success that is transitionable into like snowballing, big staggers, and you're finding at least some sort of value that makes even the next fight easier for you. And in the end, I mean, it has felt like a really key piece now as well. I guess you could argue that Winter is kind of along that same line, not exactly a Tracer, but a Xion kind of functioning the same way, that off-angle flanker.
Yeah, exactly. It's about creating the pressure from that off angle, taking some of that damage that would be going towards your tank over towards the sidelines instead. So actually, Leone, I mean, this composition that they're on, it was strong on attack. I think it is going to be equal or stronger on the defense now, because they have so much poke damage to put into this choke point as Valentine are trying to walk through. However, they are going to have Breeze over on the Lucio here, so you have some speed to try and walk onto extra Leone quickly with this Malcolm.
It's crazy that Winter is on a character that can get out of dodge with the same ability, and in that same use of the cooldown, find an elimination onto a backline character. That's just something you don't get with any other character. So Xion, maybe the pick for Winter. She's absolutely popping off with it. Of course, Extra Oblivione clean up the rest of the fight. And yeah, pretty flawless.
Yeah, very, very good start for the defense here for Extra Oblivione. However, Valentine, they're going to readjust the way that they push into this point. They need to make sure that they aren't getting caught in this rotation. They have Bernice on this Lucio. They need to make use of that speed. And Kindred on the Malga. Once you get up close and personal against Santi, you should, on paper, win that fight.
Well, I gave Winter grace in the previous fights, and unfortunately maybe gets a bit too aggressive in this one. But at least it's traded out, so 1 for 1. The only problem is that Malga's still alive, and I worry that that big slam is going to cause a lot of chaos, especially as Santi falls down. Valentine should have no problem cleaning things up here, especially off the back of that tank elimination. Should be light work from there, maybe just a bit of ult feed for the rest of the fight.
All right, yeah, this point gonna get capped up. Now, everybody from Extra Oblivione is gonna get this forward spawn here. So they're going to be able to hold probably underneath kind of this bridge here, try and burn some time off this clock, because Valentine just under 5 minutes here. They got a lot of time to walk their way through the street spades of Neon Junction here. Now, they don't necessarily have any ults online just yet, but going to have that Pulse Bomb in the Kitsune Rush to work with here. Extra Oblivione able to match with the Kitsune Rush of their own. So I am very much expecting a big ult fight to be coming up on the street phase.
I was gonna say, just don't get taken down by the train.
Yeah.
I don't know when it spawns in, but just don't get taken out. That would be one way to lose a fight that you just maybe don't calculate for. You probably don't see often in scrims, but Extra Oblivione, I mean, they find two pretty quick, and it looks like Valentine maybe just wanted to farm up a bit of ults. It felt like they weren't fully invested into that fight. They didn't really take a hard engage and advanced positioning.
Yeah, that's exactly it. And yeah, Extra Oblivione, because they all reset kind of just as that point was being capped, they're in a really good spot right now to burn this time bank down. And they're in a really good spot ult-wise as well. Valentine with 5 coming online as well. It's all about who's going to find the most value with these ults.
Nice try with the pulse bomb. Saw the vision. Unfortunately, does not come through. Winter Santee, guess what? They've taken down you and the rest of your team. So good luck respawning from that one. It's gonna burn. It's gonna hurt. And at least you bait out 2 ults, but use 2 ults on the other side.
Yeah, the Kitsune Rush plus Spree is just such a good combo here. Now, actually, we know he pushed up maybe a little bit too far, though.
Oh no. Okay. Yeah, before the fight even starts, it's just over. Somebody gets a little bit too aggressive. The cooldown's forced out and nothing left to really salvage. So Extrablivione, they really had like a good footing set, and they just decided, you know what, we want to make this a little bit more difficult for ourselves. Let's have some more fun in this map.
The spawn door does not count as a valid choke point to get set up on, and now Valentine are going to be able to push through that bridge, which is such a strong point for a poke composition to hold. However, Extrablivione is going to make the swap over, so Santee is going to move over onto the Zarya here, but Kindred is hiding in this corner, and it's all about these stomp engages.
Oh, big engage at that, but no, instead it's the picks that are going the other way. Extrablivione somehow finding their mark. 4 eliminations total. AJMar finds the 1, but that's it. Team kill, you hear the bell, and this time it's a little bit longer of a stagger.
It's a very decisive fight there from Extrablivione. They see that Kindred is not immediately in the vicinity, have to expect that stomp is going to be coming in onto the backline, so they all in on the members of Valentine that aren't grouped up with Kindred. It's a fantastic trade for Extrablivione, and it means they're going to be able to push up once again to this kind of aggressive corner.
I always get nervous anytime anyone's up there, and everyone knows why, but Kindred looks like is going to fall down, which should leave Extrablivione happy with this fight. The tank player still alive for their side, so should be able to clean things up, but as well, the DPS have been popping off. I mean, yeah, there's a blunder in positioning here or there, but like, just so reliable at winning those 1v1 fights that they are knowingly trying to take.
Yeah, it's like Shawl and Winter heard us praising the support line of Envy and Paulette for being in the kill feed so much, and they just had to step it up and show why they are the DPS players here. Once again, though, Extrablivione pushing very far into the spawn, and that might just open up a door here for Valentine to get some more progress on this card.
Yeah, I don't know about that one. That was a really aggressive position. Like, I mean, really aggressive. You lose all charge, you lose positioning on the card, your desire. I mean, I guess maybe you're fighting for that final choke point and are just trying to farm up your ults until then, just so you can have some sort of even ground at the end, but still, definitely going to be tough to now win through, considering you might be back against the wall for this at least particular choke point. Santee goes down again, maybe trying to farm up that charge. Not only the ult charge, but the Zarya charge itself, and now it's just ults galore that are going to be released. Kitsune Rush, got the overclock as well. Spree online if you do choose to use it. That Joyride, almost enough to take down the Tracer. No, very low on the Xion player, and so you're just hoping not to be noticed. A 1-for-1 HP Joe getting traded. There's the Spree on in, and it's going to be a lot of damage dealt on out, but where are those eliminations? Maga finally just drops to the ground. Kindred will not be seeing the light of day, and the Lucio just having to run for the hills, but actually pops the beat given the time that is left on the clock, and not much at that. Bernice burning at the moment, courtesy of all of the players on the other side. Santee with that Graviton Surge finally farms it up, drops the teabag for good measure, but still the fight needs to be won. Doomfist gonna be denied the touch. Kiriko with the cleanse, hoping for the best. There is at least some sort of touch. Where is this pandemonium gonna stop? Bernice taken down by the overclock. Eventually, this should be enough. Tracer left one standing, and it will not be a resurgence. Extrablivione finally take map number 2.
Yeah, a couple of little oversteps there for Extrablivione, but they did a really good job coming back into these recontests with a plan in mind. And I mean, Winter surviving on that angle for the longest time at the end of that fight really did save Extrablivione there. Fantastic plays from the Xion, and definitely helping put Extrablivione now at a series point.
Yeah, I mean, it was really good when they locked in for Extrablivione. Like, yeah, you can get a little bit silly, but if the whole point is you're only losing when you get silly, you gotta feel pretty good going into these matches. Of course, this is a 4 seed versus 5 seed. We expect at least maybe one map to go the other way. You mentioned at the beginning, this could even go 5 maps, but at the rate that we're seeing this, is it almost just Extrablivione have their take on the series, and whatever they say goes, right? If they want to have fun, well, then everyone else is going to have more fun, and you might see a map go the other way. Are they fully in control? I'm going to say 90% yes, but I feel like, of course, we know that the underdog, down 2 maps, just last-ditch effort to stay in this upper bracket. I feel like they could go away with anything and find success.
Yeah, Valentine definitely have all of the tools to try and pull this back. They have had some very clean fights and some really nice recontests as well. Really does come to Extrablivione, it feels like they are getting more value in their combos, whether that is going to be an alt combo with the Kitsune Rush and the Spree, or even just the cooldown combos, especially getting kind of these Zarya bubbles out and making sure that you can engage and not be worried about having a last second kind of save on your squishy target here. So right now, Extrablivione is just looking a little bit more synergized as a team, and that is going to be so important, not just for those big alt fights, but for all of those little neutral fights that are happening too.
I mean, do we want to hindsight look back at the bans from the previous map and say, okay, well, would they have done anything a little bit different? And I feel like for Valentine banning the Freya, I feel like they had still too many problems to deal with. On the other side, the Cat, I mean, maybe you opt for the Cass instead of one of the other characters that was being played, and maybe there is a little bit more backline pressure, or just an ult that could be cycled through for, quote, free fight wins. We know that's not necessarily the case, but yeah, I feel like the Cat ban really did make its mark in that case. And so I will say, great ban, good job, but is it used a little too early now, right? What are they going to do in this next map? I mean, I'm sure they've got some sort of plan, considering they did in map 2. They've got a plan for the rest of the series, but what is it?
Yeah, it's gonna have to involve a map mode that hasn't already been played. So it's not often, I think, that we necessarily see hybrid come in map number 2, but this does open up the board for, of course, a flashpoint, an escort, or a push map here for Valentine to try and turn this series around now. They want to have their revenge from losing against Extrablivione in that Swiss stage. They also want to try and stay in this upper bracket for as long as possible, even knowing that the winner of this team is gonna move on to face off against that number 1 seed. So it's definitely going to be a tough road through this upper bracket, but of course you want to have those 2 lives to work with for as long as possible here. So Valentine gonna have to figure out some map mode that is going to really kind of help them bounce back from this damage that has been coming through from Extrablivione. Looks like they are thinking a flashpoint. The New Junk City is going to be the map to turn this series around.
I was gonna call it. I promise you. No one is gonna believe me because I didn't say it. But I was like, give me New Junk City. Give me New Junk City. Because I've seen these teams play on this map before, and I was like, ooh, I like how this matchup's gonna go. It may not work well for Valentine or Extrablivione. I'm not saying like which team is more favored. I'm just saying I love when these 2 teams play on this map because it feels so comfortable for them. The fights are a lot closer to maybe just a 5-man sweep and domination. It's not exactly a team kill every time. It's ults being used, key critical points that are just min-maxing the value, and it's like, ooh, so good. But we end up here, New Junk City, Soldier and Ban up first. Feels pretty reasonable given how the series has gone, but what is that Extrablivione ban that we were highlighting before? What's it gonna be?
Yeah, it's of course gonna have to be a tank or a support here. I will say I do think that Malga ban coming through. Yeah, I guess that's fair. You don't want to go up against Kindred on that Malga, especially on these flashpoint maps where it's going to play much more like a control map. You really want to have some presence on the point and not have to deal with a hero that can stay alive for sometimes just really absurd amounts of time.
I think as well, knowing Kindred as a player really does help the Extrablivione side on this map, because Kindred loves to play Zarya, but they can obviously flex around, like she's good with other tanks, but the only 2 tanks that you've seen in this series really from Kindred that were like sort of comfortable and stayed more than a life were the Zarya and the Maga. And so if you're forcing Kindred off of that Maga, you're saying, hey, we know you're gonna play Zarya, at least you're gonna try to for half the map, maybe to start each point off before you decide maybe it's not working and switch. And because of that, they must have some sort of comp or plan that is comfortable around playing that Zarya. I'm thinking Tracer because there's no Soldier. I'm thinking maybe a Xion. Just again, that off-angle pressure gonna be so potent against Zarya, because then you have to physically turn your camera, look around the back line, which means you aren't dealing enough damage in the front line.
I like the shout for the Xion because that was something I was a little bit surprised, I guess, that Valentine didn't go for the Xion ban here. Now, I do think that Sojourn is a very valid ban. She has some strengths here on New Junk City, but that Xion was pretty devastating as well. And I think that the mobility that the Xion has, I mean, we saw how impactful it was on a hybrid map, Neon Junction. It is going to be twice as impactful here now that we head over to the Flashpoint map of New Junk City. Much bigger map, many more angles to be concerned about. So having a DPS that can be on many angles in just one fight, I mean, you gotta be pretty worried about that. So interested to see if we are still going to get this Zarya comp that comes through from the side of Valentine. I'm kind of expecting that Extrablivione might pivot Santi over onto the Hazard that we saw a little bit. I do think that having the mobility of the Hazard up against the Zarya is going to be nice in any kind of map, but again, these maps where you have kind of this wide open space, you can really just avoid taking a fight against the Zarya at all if you're the tank.
Yeah, I mean, definitely the question of the tank line does come in of like, okay, what's going to be comfortable, what are you going to kind of opt for as well. But remember, in the seeding matches, granted it wasn't the championship, we did see Junker Queen Moira Mirror. It was like kind of like almost a standpoint that I agreed to ahead of the map. Now, we don't believe that to be the case, but like, that's the capability that we could see. Now, obviously, these comps seem pretty legit. Seems like that's going to be the case, but you never know. Maybe there's some comps they wish to try out on this map that maybe aren't as traditional or are just something that they feel are specific to this map.
I am surprised that Santi is on the Diva here, but we'll see what Extrablivione is going to be able to get done with it. There might see a swap come through once they realize that they're not going to be able to DM any of the damage from Kindred or HC.
Well, I think the damage is enough to at least take down Benevolence, so that's a saving grace. But yeah, Santi, you might want to get out of there. You can't DM that. No, run now. Health. Okay. Well, made it out in the end, but Envy falls for it. Maybe trying to TP in to save Santi, and just unfortunately TPs into Zarya and maybe a decent amount more of damage. And is Santi walking all the way back to spawn? Is that what's happening over there? Yep. That's exactly right.
Yeah, this is a great swap. I like Santi over onto the Demon here. Going to pair nicely with Shull over on this Cassidy. You're going to have some nice kind of follow-up on this consistent damage that Shull is able to put out. And, of course, now you're going to have a nice shield to try and deal with that damage from Kindred. You are still going to have to be concerned about Benevolence and HD, the kind of duo here, where those DPS are going to be able to get an angle on you pretty quickly.
Joyride misses. Unideal, but still the picks and the eliminations come through on the fight just like that. I mean, again, the fragging backline takes care of the first few, and then the rest of the players on the team decide to take the rest. But of course, with those swaps taking a little bit longer, that's 70% up for Valentine, but at least Extrablivione made quick work of the fight when they did swap in. That kind of element of surprise being pretty potent.
Yeah, they did a really nice job with it to retake this. Now, of course, at 70%, Valentine really only need kind of one clean fight here to take this first point. They have this Sundering Blade to work, but trying to walk into the Kitsune Rush, it's not going to be a good time.
Yeah, Kitsune Rush combined with Demon, just a slice and dice, just so powerful. And Benevolence just deciding to give up at that point. Just run into the team as opposed to away, because you are not making it out. Very aggressive positioning, and I don't know if it's going to stay this way, but Santi might be tabbed out right now.
Is Santi typing right now, or I mean, no? Okay, we're locked in, ready to go. But this is good for Extrablivione, where they have these ults coming online, both DPS ultimates to work with. And Valentine, I mean, they want to try and take a slow fight to build up some of their ultimates, but above 80% for Extrablivione.
Nice little transition there by the Overwatch in-game. Like to see that, but it's the spree that doesn't exactly find the ideal point, considering your original target went down. There's no touch here. There's no touch here. Okay.
Just go next. Go next. That's so unfortunate. Valentine were very much in control of that fight here, but Extrablivione, they had their feet on the point, so that is going to come out on top there. Now, it's not a long walk to get to the next point, but already the teams both matching here, so it's going to be a brawl for this first cap.
Shull looking for that high noon, but yeah, it's winter. That's on 3. And of course, light work, pleasantries after that. But I was gonna say, like, crazy C9, but I also didn't realize that the point was that high anyway, so I can't blame them in that way.
It's unfortunate. Hopefully not too demoralizing for Valentine, though. They're going to have to keep their spirits high because, of course, this is a last map here if Extra Oblivione are able to take this. They are going to get the first cap going. They only have the beat to work with. And Valentine, they have a full slate of ultimates, save for that Thundering Blade.
Down Surge launched in the mix, and eventually enough to take down Shull, even with the beat applied. Kindred finds the one, and battle of the melee swords people. HQ will fall victim there. Again, Winter has just been one of these keys to success for Extra Oblivione, and it's almost like a matter of time before they keep on finding more success. But Kindred, at least having a save for the moment. Envy falls down, back up to almost full HP as well. You see Santi trying to apply that pressure. It's just kind of a solo, trying to do what they can. She just is not enough for the moment, I say, though, as the flip has still not come in. 3 players have started to come back, and there's actually a World 3 contest comes through. The other problem is if that DMAC does happen, no, the Suzu comes in, 1-for-1 trade. There's still not a flip on this point. This is a salvage of a lifetime, but AJMR finally is the key to success, question mark? I say that, it's 2 eliminations, and then it's right back the other way. Extra Oblivione somehow just keeps staying on in this fight. The spree, Santi is somehow victorious after it looked like 1 HP, so close to DMAC King. They win it out. Absurd.
It is absurd. You just cannot count the fight out if Santi is still alive on this Demon, and now she has that limit break. Look at this aggressive positioning once again coming through.
I mean, Santi, very known for being aggressive on this tank role, and that's for better or for worse. A lot of the time it's pretty good, especially in a character like Demon, and especially here, even though that she goes down, guess what? No touch in sight, and this time it's not a C9, it's just a good old-fashioned aggressive pressure to where no one can touch the point, they're not fast enough, and 3 players went down anyway. So the fight was won. Extra Oblivione now set up to maybe have a flawless map number 3.
Yeah, right. I mean, they're walking towards the Ducks or Refinery, which is going to be our next. Shell is going to give me motion sickness with this twitching. There we go. But both these DPS ults ready to go. I mean, you have everything to work with to try and get this first cap. Now, Valentine get the positioning set up first. They do have this Thundering Blade, which could be really nice where everybody from Extra Oblivione is pushing through this small point. But already Extra Oblivione have found their way through that choke point.
He's not going to find anything. The number's still there for Extra Oblivione, especially with that Kitsune Rush. Santi finds 2. And I'm telling you, that perk with the heavy weaponry when it comes to that rate of fire and the damage that it deals, just absurd. The Hinder falls on, and Shull, 1 tap to the head. Benevolence, bye-bye. It's Extra Oblivione. They use 2 ultimates, and, well, the remech was technically there, so 3 if you want to argue that. But Valentine about in the same stance as their opponents now.
Yeah, the big thing being, okay, the aggressive Deadeye here. I mean, look, we have to expect this from Extra Oblivione. They're going to push up as far as they can when they are in control of the map here. So Valentine, it's on them to try and punish this over-aggression, but they're actually instead just making a beeline for the point because they have the big combo of grab plus blade.
There it is, the beat applied, but is it enough? Yes, it is going to be the damage that pushes on through, just denies that beat entirely. You saw the vision of maybe trying to apply pressure onto that Vendetta, hoping that they couldn't get the slam off, but it does in fact come through. And so a fight at least 1 for Valentine, 2 ults remaining, none for Extra Oblivione. This is the best chance they're gonna get at looking towards his first flashpoint.
Yeah, Valentine, they need to try and reverse sweep here on New Junk City. So far, they have done a really good job of punishing Ex Oblivione. One of Ex Oblivione is making very specific mistakes, like pushing too far forward. But Valentine have not been successful in winning out on the fights where Extra Oblivione isn't making those mistakes.
To engage here, backline battle, it seems to be. Benevolence at least finding the 1. Pulse bomb to the side, but it does not matter. Victim found, and there you go. This is the Benevolence that we have known and loved. This just consistent Tracer gameplay that is good for finding those picks when they come through. In the end, this one will just be a fight that goes very cleanly in the way of Valentine. There was a Pulse bomb used, I think, by Winter, but that's going to be about it for the investments. Although, Howlet beat as well?
Ooh, I believe that, yeah, the beat did come through there, so I mean, this is gonna be looking like a point on the board here for Valentine. Yeah, they will pick up Refinery. Excellent start here, but they gotta keep that momentum going as we move over next door, heading to the docks for our 4th point here, and Valentine need to get themselves set up on the high ground, and finding a pick on the show is a fantastic way to start this fight.
Absolutely. Was looking for the kind of success of this Vendetta Zarya combo, and the bubble does come through here once again. Is that a DMAC applied? Yes, it was. That's going to be a big stagger onto this fight. Yeah, Santi's just going to go down for it, and the reset should come through. Powell a last-ditch effort to maybe just farm up some ult charge, but this is all just a dry fight to get set up for the next one.
Yeah, and Gordon, you did find that a limb onto Kindred here, but HT is still alive momentarily on this Vendetta. It's looking a little bit rough here for Valentine. You can see an extra Leone. They want to push onto the point. You have to use that rush.
That's absurd. Like, that's big pressure from extra Leone to force that out. Thinking that maybe that parting age was going to come through based off the Tracer, but no. Instead, they were just poking, prodding, waiting for Santi to come back, and now that's one tool that is not being able to match on up. AJMR as well goes down, so not even the ult's available, but not even their life available in the mix. Paulette goes down, though, in the high noon as well. Pressure being applied, multiple different angles. Shoal very low on HP. It's going to be that damage applied enough to take down the fight. Extra Oblivione, it looked a little wishy-washy at first, but they get the fight in the end.
It's pretty scrappy from them, but I think finding these limbs onto Kindred has really been kind of the saving grace for Extra Oblivione to come push into these fights, sending that Zarya back to the spawn and leaving the rest of Valentine to just try and hold on to the objective is really, really tough. You don't have any speed. You can't send Bernice back to taxi Kindred here, so it is a good percentage on the board for Valentine at 60%, but you're walking into show on this Cassidy that is set up on the high ground already. So if you're Valentine, you have no choice but to force this high ground, clear it, and then dribble for the point.
I love how when you're a Kiriko in that situation, you just have to not use Cleanse, because you know the false bomb is coming. You just have to hope that you hit the shot. But Paulette's going to go down, and again, we saw a theme earlier with like the Lucios having trouble that was in the playoff stage, and at least I think maybe kind of falling a little bit suit here in this one. But Valentine making a good run of things, winning out another fight, maybe even the point here if they can just have that aggro pressure. Extra Oblivione might be backs against the wall, could be completing this reverse sweep.
It's looking good for Valentine, especially that kill onto Santi. I mean, she's coming back from the spawn here. Looks like there is going to be maybe an opportunity. Extra Oblivione is going to at least trigger the overtime, but Valentine is still in control.
Peak engaged, no grab left. If you can take down Kindred, that would be big, given the wide variety of ults that you're farming up close to. And there you go, Winter, Paulette, both gonna find their mark on history. Now just making sure this point is etched into theirs as well. And yes, the full team kill cleanup comes through, which is really good for the Valentine side, because no staggers equals a hard contest to come through for this potential final point.
Yeah, true, but it's so stressful for them because they're walking into so many ults from Extra Oblivione, both the DPS ult, the Kitsune Rush. You really are banking on AJMR having a clutch Kitsune Rush, and HT, no, you needed that blade. Oh no.
I don't think that was a C9. I think it was a bit far, but it still is very unfortunate to see that being the end of not only map 3, but our series. There you go. It's going to be Extra Oblivione taking it 3-0. And of course, let's take a peek at the play of the game. I mean, it's Santi doing Santi things, Demon being an absolute powerhouse damage dealer. There you go. Chalk that one up.
I am very impressed with Extra Oblivione and how clean they played. Yes, they made some mistakes here and there that was capitalized on by Valentine, but more or less, Extra Oblivione came into every fight knowing how they wanted to take the fights, how they wanted to get the advantage in the fights, and I, of course, gotta say that I love getting to see some Demon gameplay here in Championships. It's been such a treat to get to see these top-level players showcasing the newest hero. So Extra Oblivione picking up the win. They're gonna move on through the upper bracket.
Yeah, my only, I guess, kind of final pain point was like, we were really expecting one map, I think, coming in from, I think, well, just the losing side in general, based on whoever the winner was. And it's like, it feels like something's missing, and no, that is not a pun that I meant to make given the other teams in this tournament. But my point is, you're like, okay, this hype was all built up and it's like something just didn't feel right today. Maybe it's just not meshing well, maybe not sleeping well last night. I mean, we could read into it as much as we want or as little as we want, but the point is, it's like, you feel like they've got more to prove here. And so at least the beauty of this tournament and this structure is that they are not going all the way home. They are just down in the lower bracket, and they have at least some sort of way back into this tournament. It's going to be tougher, don't get me wrong, but if they truly have what it takes to propel themselves in the end and can live up to those expectations that we know of them, it's going to happen tomorrow.
I have faith here in Valentine, and they just got to clean up their act a little bit, and they're going to have a chance to run through that lower bracket. Now, we are going to have an opportunity to speak with somebody from the side of Extrablivione, so we're going to throw it to a quick break, get our interview set up, but please stick around because we're going to have a chat with someone from Extrablivione after that.
Hey folks, how we all doing? Conclusion of series number 2 on the day. Don't forget, we still have 2 more, but we do have an interview with the winning side of our previous series. It's gonna be someone from Extrablivione. I'll let them introduce themselves, but here we go. Welcome to the stream. Hello.
Hello.
Who are
It's
you,
really nice
and
to meet you.
what did you do? What did you do in the game? Just so everyone
I
is
didn't-
aware.
I play Hitscan for Ex-Oblivione or Ex-Oblivione Calling All Heroes. I'm not sure how we're called exactly, but yeah.
Love it. Welcome, Shell. Thanks so much for joining us. Congratulations on the win.
Thank you so much.
We gotta know though. You said in your fun fact on the team sheet that you are the only French player in Calling All Heroes that we are aware of, and you have a degree in, was it quantum physics?
I lied. It's just because I have nothing else. But so I straight applied. I don't have a doctorate in quantum physics. I'm sorry.
We could have gone along with it, Shell. It's okay. You could have said it. We would have totally backed you up 100%.
No, I straight up lied. There is nothing to say.
Well, unlucky. Unlucky for us. Rain?
Well, I want to talk a little bit about, so this series, this was actually a rematch. You guys did play against Valentine back in the Swiss stage. Now, you did win against Valentine in that match as well. However, it was a little bit closer. So, coming into this match, were you expecting the series to be closer than what it was today?
Yeah, maybe I was expecting it to be closer, but I mean, maybe they underperformed. It happens. And we just gotta keep on that streak that we have right now, this energy, and just win.
Yeah, I love it. Yeah, talk to me a little bit about the team dynamic here. So, of course, Extrablivione, you guys have been playing together for a while now. I know that there is some pre-existing synergy on the team as well. So, have you been taking time to get lots of scrims in? I know some teams are kind of hard to find enough time to really get scrims in for Ka. So, is that something that your team has been able to do?
Yeah, we've been struggling to scrim recently as of late because of World Cup. Because Santi is on Team Spain and Paulus is on Team Mexico, so they were both in Korea. And before Korea, there was boot camp, so we couldn't really scrim. But like with today, after today's and tomorrow's matches, we'll be able to scrim a lot more going into next week. So hopefully we'll catch up.
I'm excited for that. Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, big expectations coming in for this team. I mean, how do you feel about the team you're going up against next? I believe it's team... Hold up, let me make sure I don't say the wrong one. Timeless X Missing. There we go. How do you feel going up against them?
I mean, they're the favorites for the tournament. But, I mean, we still have some surprises up our sleeve. We didn't show everything we can do today. And
Reinhardt, Junkrat, Mercy.
Yeah, maybe something involving Soldier. Maybe they don't know. Maybe they will not be prepared. I mean, I won't say too much. We got some secret strategies brewing, and we'll try to.
I love it.
Amazing.
All right. Well, I guess I got one final question. The next match on this stream is going to be Cafe Fika, which is Cat Cafe, for those who don't know about the rebrand, versus Magic Mushies. Do you have a prediction? Can you give us a scoreline prediction for the next matchup coming through?
I think it's gonna be a 3-0 for Cat Cafe. Cafe
you heard it here.
Fika. Yeah.
I think that might be the prediction. Yeah. Thank you so much for that, Shell, and congratulations again. Thank you for joining us for the interview, and we very much look forward to seeing you in the future matches in the upper bracket.
Thank you so much. Thank you for casting. Thank you for everything. Thank you for having me.
Quick end of the interview there, I guess. But yes, thanks for coming in, and thank you guys, the viewers, as well. You guys are sticking around here for 2 series, and guess what? You got 2 more. However, there are going to be some different yappers on your screen when we come back from the break. So make sure to say hi to them. Make sure to give them some love as well, because they will be doing just as well, if not better, because they're amazing. You gotta say hi to them. So I'm gonna keep hyping them up. They're the GOATs. You'll see who it is on the other side of the break, but that's been our first 2 series. We will see you guys after the break for the continuation of Calling All Heroes. We'll see you then.
And welcome back to the Calling All Heroes Championship first day. All of our teams are getting ready to go, and Jesse, we've seen 4 of them so far, and now we have 4 more that are yet to take the stage, get this double elimination bracket started.
Yeah, we got the bottom half of this open quarter final, and then we get into the lower bracket and upper bracket craziness tomorrow. But it's been a little bit of 3 Overwatch today, Molly. A lot of our teams that we expected to be pretty dominant out the gate are proving just that. We have potentially another one of those contenders here in this next match, hoping to kind of show their stuff once again.
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of the nice part. We're only halfway through our day. We still have half the teams to see, and for our viewers, we still got half the stream to claim some of the fantastic drops that we have going on for both of our weekends of competition. The ones you see today, though, can only be claimed both through the stream now and the one tomorrow. So make sure you have your Battle.net account connected to Twitch, so you too can get your hands on that. I'm, again, a huge fan of purple, and the fact that all of these Calling All Heroes cosmetics continue to be the best color ever, I'm totally here for this.
Oh yeah, I love the little Pachimara with the crown, right? Like, you gotta have, the champion on their pedestal. But also, again, get your esports loot drops, esports loot boxes, everybody. Like, get the loot boxes. I had like 4 saved up from World Cup just last week, and it's always like crazy to kind of get a little bit of everything from everywhere in Overwatch Esports. So make sure you get those. And again, there'll be different drops next weekend. These drops are throughout this weekend. So in case you're maybe joining us a little bit late, you're fine. As long as you hang around today, hang around tomorrow, you should be good.
Absolutely. And we'll take a peek, too, at our bracket for our last 2 matches that we have going on for the day today. As I said, Jesse, a bit of 3 Overwatch happening for our first matches. I think it's kind of to be expected, at least with how dominant we've seen Diamond missing be throughout this tournament so far. I'm a little shocked about the result of Jablivien versus Valentine. I feel like that had some potential to go the distance, but the form that Jablivien was in doesn't shock me. Question is, Jesse, will this trend continue into the back half?
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. I thought Valentine was going to be a little bit closer in that last game. I can't lie. A lot of those maps did have that feel, but no, extra Jablivien with the clean sweep. And now our first matchup for us today, at least, is Cafe Fika and Magic Mushies. Cafe Fika, they have a score to settle this event. Runner-up in the Radiant series just a few weeks prior. They lost that grand final 3-2 to Timeless X Missing. So they're looking to a little get of a punch back, but they have a long ways to go until they get to that final compared to Magic Mushies, who trying to get their first win in a playoff format like this.
Yeah, I think for Cafe Fika, which did have a name change, by the way, we're the Cat Cafe prior, but I mean, still a cafe and a cat, just a very specific one. Now in the form of our beloved Jetpack Cat, who's been taking over the meta. But I think from top to bottom, veterancy between every single player that we have here. And the big difference that we will see, of course, from that previous seeding tournament is the introduction of Demon coming into play. And of all of the players that I think have the potential to pick her up and show a strong performance, Hitori is at the top of my list.
Yeah, Hitori, she's got to be up there, right? Like, she's been around for so long, has had success pretty much everywhere she's gone. And if it screams to me the similar style that she loves to play. So we'll have to wait and see here. There's been a lot of Demon bans, not just here in Calling Our Heroes. There was a bunch in World Cup for the group stage as well. So I wouldn't be shocked if we saw maybe a little bit a longer wait to see some Demon action, but it does scream to be right up Hitori's alley.
Yeah, and we will have Cinnabar and Juno starting today after a bit of shuffling around in the previous tournament. But now let's take a look at the Magic Mushies. I mean, this is a team of brand new faces with the exception of one. I mean, Open has been around the scene as a flex support, is now stepping into the DPS role. And you might notice a bit of similarity between our 2 rosters. There is a Juno on this team as well, but of course they will be in the tank position. So she'll be taking up the reins of that role, whereas Juno, as we will see them on the other side, for Cafe Fika is on flex support. So bear with us. We're going to do our best. We'll make sure that you know who is who going on forwards. But I think these are 2 drastically different tales of the teams that we're looking at.
Oh, totally. Like, we look at it for Mooney. This is her first event like this. So that's a crazy thing to say. Like, you're looking at the other side, you have some OWCS greats over there on Cafe Fika. So Mooney definitely has quite a tall hill to climb here in this first series, but I'm excited to see what the Magic Mushies have up for grabs. And again, because that Radiant series that got us a lot of the seeding for champs, that was before Demon dropped. So there's been a lot of changes in the meta. Granted, a lot is still the same, but Demon has really thrown everything, at least around the tank category, into a bit of a mix, and we're seeing more Vendetta because of that. Curious to see if we see that maybe from Magic Mushies to try and claw an advantage here.
Yeah, it's so hard though, like especially for Juno. Her opponent in this is Hattori, arguably the most flexible tank that we have here in Calling All Heroes, and it being their first tournament for the Magic Mushies at this level. I think it's a scary sight. They played a couple of the teams that we have in playoffs throughout that Swiss stage, but couldn't take a map off of them. And I think that that's a kind of show of the upcoming talent that we do have within this scene, but it seems that there still is a bit of a gap that can be closed. And this matchup today will show kind of where that currently stands and perhaps some of the growth that the Magic Mushies have had over the past couple of weeks.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see where the Mushies line up in this series as we look at our first map of the day against Dirt 9 Control like we always do. And we'll get at least maybe a hint of where we're going. It's going to be Nepal. Expect to see a lot of Nepal first maps. I think that's kind of been the assumption, is that there's going to be a lot of Nepal. Seems to be the most practiced among the 3 control maps that we have to pick from. And it's going to be that initial ban from Cafe Fika and get rid of one half of that Cat Bastion combo that's still pretty prevalent. And Demon will be the answer. So it will take a little bit longer for us to get at least our first look here at the new hero.
Yeah, so we'll be taking our time on that. Wasn't really sure how the Magic Mushies would want to approach this. Because again, other than Open, who has made a role swap here, this is the first time that we're seeing every single one of these players on broadcast and getting an idea of how they like to play. We have been told by Open that they are very whimsical and magical and a positive group that kind of loves learning how to play as a team, taking this experience for what it is. So I'm excited to see what that could look like, but it just won't be with that new hero. And it's even hard to say what Cafe Fika is going to do, Jesse, with how flexible that roster is from top to bottom.
Oh, we could see a lot of weird looks from Cafe Fika. Like that, depending on how this series continues to develop, that's a real possibility here in this one. And especially Nepal, again, we're going to see a lot more of the rush. I would expect. We saw a lot of Zarya in that last series. We've seen some Orisa even slowly kind of re-enter the mix a little bit. Pretty much the door's wide open for these teams. What do they feel most comfortable in right now after a few weeks of scrims from the Radiant series? And now, where can we land now in this meta? Again, it's going to be a rough task here for Magic Mushies. It is probably not who they were wanting to play in the quarterfinals right away. The runner-up that's, very hungry to get that revenge. But I am really excited to see what they have to show as we get through this tournament.
Yeah, and I think this is the first, actual look we're going to get. I'm saying this more from Cafe Fika, and we've kind of implied it. They are the extreme favorites heading into this game. It feels like a 3 Overwatch repeat that is coming to show. But the question is, are Cafe Fika going to choose to keep some of their cards up their sleeve for this match?
Yeah.
Are they going to be more experimental, see what they're able to get away with, and potentially push into the later dates of this tournament?
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked if we don't really see everything that they want to show in this series. Right? They're going to want to kind of keep their cards a little bit close to the chest because they're looking very long-term in this event. They may not want to show all of these signature comps right away.
No, but it is a bit of an interesting twist so far, and Tori doing the good old Mauga impression. Not her favorite hero, but one that she can clearly work well with, especially with Juno. She opted to roll out on that Orisa. Not an ideal matchup as Tori already steamrolled over 2 members of the Magic Mushies. Will be a queen sweep for Cafe Fika as they get the first cap.
Yeah, Cafe Fika. Hey, this is going to be how you want to start this off, right? I think if you're Cafe Fika, you want a very clean series here to start off. And like we said, maybe not showing too many cards. And that's kind of cheeky. You lift the Pharah up so they actually still have that boost up whenever Missa needs it. But really won't need a ton of it right now. Juno will actually stick onto the Orisa for the time being. The jab spin timing is going to be real important, but you're already down 1.
Yeah, I mean, Cafe Fika, look at this pinch that they set up. Missin is basically in the spawn where Tori ran through the small room with Cinnabar at her tail. So, and this is kind of the experience we expect to see with Cafe Fika making these walk-ups hard.
Oh my god. Tori's just... She's doing a little bit of a ride here, just trying to get some scouting out before this fight starts up. And meanwhile, Ivory able to find a kill. Does lose Cinnabar, though, in the process.
Yeah, that's when she's like, you know what, baby? I can't slide anymore. I don't have my favorite pet cat at my side. We'll eventually pop off. It is 2 picks now between Slade and Open combined. Cafe Fika, they're trying to hold as much space as they can, prevent Magic Mushies getting to this point fast. It's only missing Super Barrage here. It looks like she's thinking about it.
She wants it. Yeah, it's just, I don't know. She's probably going to wait for the rest of her team to get here. Will be the flip for the Magic Mushies, who are able to kind of punish that aggression here from Cafe Fika. But now, you got a very awkward pinch. You got a Soj in the air. Pharah's behind with Barrage. This could get dicey.
Yeah, and Cafe Fika have the wombo combo too. I mean, between Missin's Barrage and Katori's cage fight. She might look for soon, seeing the Javelin and the Fortifier gone from Juno. Right now, it's Ivory looking to make themselves known in the kill feed. It will slide right on out of the Terra Surge. Keep them all in the fight going, and again, lot space for the Magic Mushies. They just don't have the sustain to get through the severe poke damage of both Ivory and Missin. Barrage didn't really need it. The Cafe Fika, they're gonna push up.
Kind of just like a celebratory barrage, I would say, more than anything else. Maybe some fireworks. Yeah, some fireworks to get the game going here. As Slade trying to at least fend off a little bit, and Cinnabar takes that warning, and yeah, I wouldn't want to fight that either.
Yeah, just in the spawn. And Slade is still a very respectable hit scan player when she has the room to work, clearly. Had enough to go in from Cinnabar. Not sure how much value that got. It just goes more of a stun within the cage fight itself to stop a touch. But Juno managed to slip through the cracks. Will get another contest, but it will be very short-lived. Magic Mushies seem to be out of players as Mime hits the deck. Cafe Fika take round 1.
Yeah, relatively clean there from Cafe Fika, 100-27 to win the first round. And, you know, maybe a little overzealous, right? Feeling themselves pretty well here to start off. But no, this is kind of the Cafe Fika that we were expecting to see. We look here. Yeah, Missa has not died. 17-5 is a little egregious here for the Pharah. Pharah may have a little bit more issues here on the second round. Obviously, a little more insulated. But I wouldn't expect that to kind of force Missa into any other position. Even though she may actually change, going on the Symmetra for now to get her team out of spawn.
Yeah, it's such a threat. I mean, Missa in general, too, Jesse. Like, you remember from that seeding tournament, her Tracer and her shield.
Disgusting.
Yeah. She's not gonna do it now, though. We'll see with Pharah. I was wondering, like, how allergic to ceilings actually are you? But it is still a decent point to pull out our favorite rocket-chucking hero. Cinnabar is just in Magic Mushy's spawn, taking a duel against Open, who wants absolutely nothing to do with her. Just take a whole clip.
Oh my God.
But predicts the blink ahead. Wins the duel that, you know, we didn't really expect to see. That was my question. If Missin's not playing the Tracer, who deals with Open? Apparently it's the cat.
Apparently it's Cinnabar. Maybe not exactly who we thought it was going to be answering that call, as Missa actually goes back over to the Pharah. So, Cafe Fika, they're just going to hold up close. This is going to be rough here for Magic Mushies. You obviously want to use AMP to try and get your team across this choke, but after that, it's going to be a little tricky as they just walk by a Tori.
No, okay, they found her eventually, but she's just going in. Cafe Fika fully flipped the map, and Magic Mushy is like, you know what, if you're not here, we'll just take the point for free. Tori does manage to run back just before the flip comes on through. Unfortunately, Juno, even with Fortify, cannot withstand that amount of focus fire, and you're just in the pigeonhole. 4 fire rings. Ivory claims the lives as 2. Cafe Fika will resume this close hold.
Yeah, Fika were just very content with, oh, you want to flip map? That's fine. We'll just wait for cooldowns to get back and then take care of the fight from there. Juno eventually was like, all right, I don't want to, but the Maga, I guess, is the way to go. And it will match the one from Hitori. This could be a Hitori, and just kind of get some assist in the air here from Ivory. But I don't know if she really needed it.
I was gonna say, I don't think Ivory really provides much to this fight.
No.
Hitori just said, I'm a one-woman army, and, sorry, team, I'm gonna, oh, no!
Oh my god.
Okay, we're good. I could feel the adrenaline start pumping there for Ivory. I was like, Cinnabar!
Oh, what a grab from Cinnabar. Just saving Ivory there for a moment. Magic Mushies now making some changes. Slade going back over to the Sojourn. Only the Pulse Bomb here from Open to work with.
Yeah, this would be last fight as well, especially with how close Cafe Fika are holding. Pulse Bomb is likely going to need to be used just to get out of this cage fight. You do end up getting a Tori, which is 1. That's going to be all that they wrote for this point. Somebody has to get there for the Magic Mushies, and Juno just doesn't have the health bar to sustain against the likes of Juno.
Oh my
the support in the back line got the Juno dip, and she's still going. Tsune rushes in the spawn, despite a member of Magic Mushies being on the point. I can only presume is mine.
Yeah, it's mine. And she's like, all right, I flipped it. Now I gotta wait for the rest of the team to get here. And Juno, that is a rough welcoming home present. That is.
She's got 50 HP. It's doable. Except for, oh, well, never mind.
Well,
A little bit of the hamster ball was sticking out, so didn't matter nearly as much. Missing and Ivory have this point under lock, and that will be all that we see of Nepal today. Cafe Fika showing their strength early.
This is the Cafe Fika that we were expecting this tournament, and showing off strong right off the rip. A clean 2-0 on Nepal to get their bracket run started. Is this the 3K from Atori? I'm gonna guess. Just a little bit of an adventure. Smash down 1, gets the 2nd, and Mime, if you're gonna run towards me, I'll take the elimination. Appreciate you very much. And it's pretty much how that entire map went in one fight.
Yeah, I think this is the Cafe Fika we were expecting to kind of show off and the strength that they do have. And again, a lot of that is going to lie in Hitori, but also their comps. Like a lot of the positioning, the rotations that they made, they were ready for any movement that the Magic Mushies could make. I will give the Magic Mushies credit. They made a lot of sneaky trips to get past those close holds and left Cafe Fika looking like, where did they go?
But how'd they get there?
Yeah, so there was some magic, whimsy, if you could say, as they like to call it, but it just wasn't enough to pull cohesive fights together, unfortunately.
And they did at least have a few times to where when Cafe Fika was really pushing up, they were able to find an answer and flip it around. They're going to have to find a little bit more of those, obviously, to kind of get the ball rolling and not let this momentum become a mountain in front of them. But there was some good signs there from Magic Mushies to get everything going. And now it's, again, their power. They don't need to pick a specific map type. They have the other 4 map types available here to choose from. I'm not sure exactly what I would go. It's not like, oh, we think they want to go dive. They want to go poke. It was kind of just rush from both teams, and it was just annihilation from Cafe. So maybe they want to go to a poke in like a circuit or a dive, and we maybe see one of those dive hybrid maps come out. But it's pretty wide open for the time being.
Yeah. And we'll see. Do I say this is like a wacky map pool? Just because of how many reworks there have been to the maps. Like we have new Icon Wall, new Paradiso, and then new hybrid map Neon Junction in the hybrid category. All 3 Flashpoint maps, which like never happens. And then an assortment of escort maps that are like almost never picked, but they're all together, so now you have to pick one, being Root, Shambali, and Junkertown. It almost feels like a Flashpoint or a push angle, I think, if I'm Magic Mushies, but never mind. We're gonna go to Shambali, maybe some poke. Like, I would honestly like if they leaned into Slade a bit more as well.
Oh, or just Roots. Here we go.
That works.
So
cool.
maybe more the dive we're going to see then. As we head over to Route 66. We'll await that initial ban here from the Magic Mushies. But maybe trying to play around the dive a little bit. And then you also leave open, like you said, Iconville, Paradiso. Both of those reworked maps are still dive friendly after their changes came through. And that is a very based ban. Considering some of the plays we just saw Cinnabar make on Nepal that is completely fair to take out the cat.
Yeah, this is a very strong cat map as well. And if you don't want Cinnabar on that hero, I highly recommend swapping it up. And because the Magic Mushies too didn't want to pull that out themselves, I think is a very telling sign that it's just not a strat that they are super comfortable with running. Which in our current day of Overwatch can hurt you pretty bad. And I think that was a pain point for them in the last map. Making that ban here kind of makes sense. Does leave the door pretty open, though, for Cafe Fika, depending on what they want to run. And Demon is available once more, but is this really a map that we would see her come out, with the exception of, like, third point?
It's a little tricky, right? Because normally you'd want to have that jetpack cat to lift the Demon, like, on top of gas station, on top of the saloon. Like, you want to have that verticality as an option, and then once the Demon gets to that high ground, you know, she can run around with the propellers and kind of get everywhere she needs to be. But those propulsors can only really go straight. They really can't go up very much. So that would be a little bit of a tricky spot. I expect us to maybe be more, you know, the Diva, Wrecking Ball, Winston. That's probably more the angle we're seeing. Even some Hazard could get played. We're still waiting this Cafe Fika ban. They're actually they're taking a long time here, Molly, to think about maybe what do they want to take away here from the Mushies.
And, you know, and there may be some confusion at the communication of the lobby. There's this, both the Junos are the ones communicating for their team, but there's no way to differentiate it. In lobby chats, they have to type 2 or 1 before they speak so that they know which Juno there is. It's really...
I really hope there's a way for us to share that out.
We never see.
Our production chat is dying at this right now.
No, it's such a fun occurrence, but it's not so fun if you were planning to play Tracer, which Open did pull that a little bit in the previous map, and honestly, I think we're getting a return to the Missing Farah.
Oh, yeah. I think that is easily coming here. Missing, especially the Tracer is away, again, a hero that she's been excellent with in the past. You just go into the Farah. Force Slade to do a little bit more on the hit scan, and see if Slade can step up to that challenge to knock out that Farah, and then try and pivot from there.
I don't think this is a... Like, it seems that there are options for the Magic Mushies to try to counteract that. Slade, I think, was the standout, just for the picks that she was able to get onto either the Farah or even Ivory when they flew a little too close to the spawn rooms of the Magic Mushies there. Yeah, and we'll go ahead and see. I'm not entirely sure who is attacking and who is defending, which in matchups like this, where there is a bit of a difference in experience here, can be pretty telling of how that map will end up going. But yeah, we'll find out. We're at 66. I really didn't expect Escort to be picked at all, Jesse, just with these 3 maps. I'm kind of excited that we get to see this one more often.
Yeah, usually when, after a map like that on Nepal, the losing team will pick usually like a New Junk City, a Suravasa, because they want those very quick modes that you're not really having to worry about it too much. It's like, oh, we're just going to win this fight. We go into next. The usually Flashpoint is the map type that has the most upsets, just because 1 or 2 fights can change the entirety of the map compared to like Escorts, where you have a whole halftime break, kind of that minute to reset, figure out what you're doing, and go into the second half, whether that be attack or defense. So curious to see how this is going to work out here for the Magic Mushies, and also curious. Cafe Fika, I'm assuming they just picked defense first, if I had to guess.
Cafe Fika are actually on the attack. Did just get confirmation from production, so they want to run it down, and they want to do it fast. By the sound of it, and I think this is what that team is really good at, is setting the tempo, playing to the pace they want to, and putting teams on the back foot if they are not ready to play against it. But I will give some hopium here for our fans of the Magic Mushies. Cafe Fika have a history of extremely long series, unless they have been on off rolls. Every single match has gone at least 4 maps, not to mention, in our seeding tournament, for the first time ever, we had back-to-back 6-map series because there were 2 draws on Hybrid. So, they like to make it long for, quote-unquote, the love of the game. So
See,
maybe?
I don't know if that love of the game was and that was one of the weirdest things I think I've ever seen. And I was like, I will say it's not a coincidence. Both maps that were drawn, Kings Row and Hollywood, not in the map pool for this for champs. So I wonder if the map gods were like, do we want this again? Like what's happening?
I'm sorry, is that a Widowmaker?
That is a Widowmaker.
In 2026 on defense.
On
mind
defense,
you.
that is not an attack Widow, and almost got missed off for him.
Missing's not expecting that, I guarantee it. But she'll be okay for the time being. And Cafe Fika will end up sticking Tori on this Demon. As you said, the verticality can be a bit of a challenge, but I think we're relying more on this poke to push them back. So now Hitori can get to the gas station for free.
Yeah, not really too much to push against it. Magic Moshis, they just want to try and hold this high ground. Can be a little bit tricky, especially once a Tori is up here.
Yeah, Slade just got slashed across the back before she could figure out what was going on. And Ivory, killer angle, too, that they have set up. And this is more the pace that we're kind of expecting Cafe Fika to roll out with. How do Magic Mushies, with their DPS comp and a Sigma, push through a Demon? The answer is you don't, especially if Ivory keeps hitting shots like they are.
Yeah, I think this is just a little bit scuffed for now for Magic Moshis until they can get some swaps going. We even saw it there at the end of first phase is already it will be capped, but Tori just kind of runs up, holds down shield, blocks off the healings from Juno, and the Sigma, as soon as, they're trying to get away from that position, she can't get any healing and then just gets slashed up because the sword does not care about the shield or the grasp or anything. It's a rough situation here for the Magic Moshis tank to deal with, but for now, zero changes here for the Moshis and Cafe Fika just continue to roll on forward.
Also, our team's a bit of comedians because you know how many Junos we have in our lobby now? I count 4. Both teams decided to lock in Juno for the bit. With both of our players. They have Juno on the teams. You would think we're on third point right now with what all is going on, but Juno, the flex support player, has brought the light inside the dark storage unit, whatever you want to call it there. And, I mean, this payload's still moving. Credit to whoever from Cafe Fika is just vibing on the cart.
It's missing. I can only tell by the ult percentage.
Ult.
This is, when we say freeload, she has had to do basically nothing. This map, she's just letting her team play the game and maybe just, catching up on a good book or something over on that cart. You can see the outline there. And second phase completed here. 5.5 minutes, Molly, going into final phase.
Yep, and Tori's still just kind of vibing at the spawn doors. Not much that Magic Mushies can do to break out. This next fight, though, they actually have the ultimates to move through this, and I'd love to see how Mine can use this orbital ray in particular.
As long as it's not a Rage Axe.
Don't say that. Don't bring that into existence.
I have to point it out. This is just how this map has gone so far.
It happens, I'm blaming you. Every chat, you know where he lives. But that is a bullet shot out. That lands dead center onto Ivory. A good start there. As missing, eventually will roll on in. Here, the one pick off, though, just isn't enough with the angles that Cafe Fika have.
But still, both support ults here, Molly. Kitsune Rush and the Ray. Probably just use the Rush to get out. Ray to solidify the fight. As Hitori's still out of mech. So Cafe Fika not really wanting to fight this too crazy quite yet. Allow Hitori to get back in and then take the fight from there. Mushies will take that easily and just try and relax. Oh, for a second.
All right, you know what? I will say they do have Ivory's number. Slade has been hitting these shots with the Freya, still a very strong hero on this current patch and showing some potential for a hold. And Magic Mushies too, disciplined with their support ults. Cafe Fika will be forced to fully reset.
And now, oh my goodness, watch out open. It is not a great room for you to be in.
And not stop going in a small room. There's a guy with a sword. Do not mess with the guy with the sword in a small room. Play in the open in your own Kitsune Rush that Mooney has kindly laid out for you. Magic Mushies have repositioned themselves, but everyone from Cafe Fika has backed away from the rush.
Yeah, nobody wanted to really play into that rush. Missing still just kind of chilling, trying to control that side of the room is Juno, the flex support, and well, that all gets cleansed away.
And Juno, the flex support, specifically went for Juno, aka mine, on Magic Mushies with that Gap Sun as well. It'll be the limit break there. Excuse me, just the remake out of Hitori instead. The Slavis is coming up with a pick here and there. A miss, and she finally built up at that spot, so it is time for her to do a little dance of death, sending Juno the tank to an early grave. That'll be a full cap, 3 minutes and 4 seconds. This is chaos if I've ever seen it.
Yeah, this is wild. We got the Junos having fun. Both teams, and we did get confirmation on that from our wonderful observer here, Reno. Both teams went Juno the hero on purpose, just to have some fun with it. So it is definitely a map of Overwatch so far in this. So we take a look at the scoreboard. Ivory, yeah, they've had Ivory's number here and there, 12 and 3 for the hit scan, but you look at everything else. Cinnabar, Hitori, and Missin have yet to die. Granted, Missin kind of chilled for 70% of that
damage.
push. Those are the kind of numbers I put up when I'm trying. You know, like
That is true. I can confirm that.
You can confirm, yeah.
Okay, I
the other day
confirm.
was not great.
It's okay. Hey, as long as you're on, like, support, we're good.
Hey, my support's
Maybe.
clean.
Your support, your Kiri go pretty strong. Mostly that's just because you can play Kiri, and then I can play whatever the heck I want. because
Yeah,
it's
you can
Kiri
play
Go.
cat. Yeah.
Exactly. I'm a cat abuser in ranks, won't lie, but yeah, we don't see as much cat, like at least in this match. Magic Mushies, I think, are the one team that we actually haven't seen want to touch the jetpack cat at all, with the exception, of course, of Dan in this map. But we'll see that Juno, the tank player, wants to give Demon a good old shot. See what she will be able to do with that. As Open is on a Hanzo too.
All right. Let's see how this one goes here. Having that sonar might, will allow Juno a little bit more information when she's going in, and well, lines up the shots as well. Okay.
I think Juno might be the word we speak the most throughout the entirety of today's cast, and it will not even be close. Let's support down though. And Magic Mushies, see if they can actually take advantage of the space, but Missin manages to wrap around behind, but both supports a span of basically a half a second, and poor old Juno the tank, well, don't really have a health bar to survive much longer. Do have hope though for the Magic Mushies if they can keep finding picks like that.
Yeah, that was a pretty decent fight. It was just as soon as Juno the tank went in, the rest of the backline for Mushies kind of just got disintegrated. So Cafe Fika will continue just to hold on to top gas station. Slade is trying to find some opening shots here on the front. We've seen time and time again, just people can get deleted if those explosive shots line up. So far, though, hasn't really been able to make it happen.
And her aim has been really solid, and Slade 2 has some experience competing in Face It Open. Another player who's kind of getting into the competitive scene alongside Mooney. But it's just a big group of friends, you know, that decide, hey, we want to compete in this tournament. And the fact that they managed to make it to the championships is already an impressive feat.
Oh, yeah. Like, I can't imagine just talking with our buddies and be like, hey, you want to enter this tournament? Now we're in shame. It's like, what? It's a crazy story here for the Mushies. But they're running into a buzzsaw, it feels like, in this one so far. But Hitori, out of mech.
Okay. Did you say buzzsaw or bus stop? I don't know which one.
Buzzsaw. So I think that might have been the Midwestern kind of merging the two.
Ooh. Okay, but okay. Let's find another pick. On to Ivory. And Hanzo, if you remember, like back in the day, when Hanzo was like meta for a while, was a good counter to a lot of the action gameplay that was happening. And seems to be the case now. See if Open decides to use the Dragon Strike to clear out the high ground. But I think they have more concerns than that. Hitori and Missin doing a link up in the backline. Limit break out to confirm the elims. A beautiful play from Cafe Fika. As we are now on Sierra for some reason. Oh, well. I don't know if I have words for that one. I think the moment of silence that was given by both Junos speaks volumes.
Yeah, I think the silence is enough. Like, that's a whole story right there. We even get a little bit of Sierra action, like you said, from Ivory.
Yeah.
Giving us a little bit of every hit scan that we have to offer here. 4 ults for the Mushies, but They'll have to run here as Cinnabar's Orbital Ray is just the red carpet for the rest of those kills to fly on in. And now just 1 minute remaining here on a route for the Mushies to get this cart going. But again, 4 ultimates. Just can't really use everything because you need at least 1 or 2 ultimates to try and finish off this point.
Yep. I think that is the nice part with the Magic Mushies, is that they know that if you gotta want to fight, Ult Dump is your best bet. It started off with Orbital Ray out of Mine, who struggled to stay alive, but it does force everyone back. Leaves open to just farm Tori and her mech along with it. No tank now in the way. The backline is more free to move around, because they do know where Missin is lurking this time, and will get some more space towards this high ground.
Yeah, that Sonar Arrow, maybe saving a few members there of the Mushies is tank Juno the tank able to best Juno the support. 10 seconds though remaining here for the Mushies. About to hit OT, but they're getting some great staggers.
Yeah, Juno got 2 Junos. Like, that is a great push here for Magic Mushies. It's possible to get the point. The only concern is the death loss of Orange's mission. Last thing, she had her time just chilling on the payload before. But now she wants to be her time to shine. It's gonna lurk, wait for the opportunity. Snipes Mime from the gas station. Not even gonna use the ult. Doesn't even want to risk going down yet, knowing the dangerous situation. This still could turn out to be. The Dragon Strike is good from open, but the bodies that Magic Mushies can throw at the cart are diminishing way too fast to bring them back in. Cafe Fika move up to match point.
And Cafe Fika just continue to roll on through. And again, there's a reason why this roster, one of the most feared ones in the competition. And we were talking about it earlier. Hitori, Demon is a hero that screams Hitori, and I think we're seeing that in real time to be the case here.
Yeah, and this is we knew from the start with the caliber that the entirety of Cafe Fika, but Hitori in particular, has on any tank hero that we have seen her put any effort into, I think just speaks to how strong this team can be. Their ability to calm and their ability to just have hands to play the game is just so strong, and it shows the rift that we do have within some of our top 8 teams.
Yeah, there definitely has been some tiers that we saw maybe starting to form during that seeding tournament. I think we're really starting to see kind of those, just pushed out even more, right? Those are getting amplified right now. Cafe Fika just on a roll. It seems like nothing can stop this team right now. And we'll see what the Mushies have maybe thinking about for this 3rd and potentially final map of this series. And granted, we see this all the time. Reverse sweeps sometimes just pop up out of nowhere in series that you think are dead and gone. Heck, we can think about France, South Korea the other day in the World Cup groups. I don't think anybody saw that coming. So you never know what can happen. And let's see where the Mushies would like to take us next.
Might be a little biased on this one. Did we get a Paradiso pick? I think Paradiso, since its rework, has become like a top 3 map, honestly, for me.
I haven't got to play it enough yet. It's like the one time I played it, we got held on first point. So I didn't really get to see, all the stuff they did in 3rd phase. But it's been, I loved the Eichenwald changes that they put on through.
Really?
I think Neon, yes, I am a fan. At least on first point especially. I still have my issues with Eichenwald, but I think the changes were a good step.
It'd be fun. Like, I would really like to see these teams pull out a hybrid map, just because they're the new ones that we could be getting some of our first looks of competition at here. But it doesn't seem that either team is too inclined on playing Dive. So Paradiso, honestly, might just be out of the running because of that. I think focusing more on a poke comp for this Magic Mushies team would be the ideal situation if Sigma just didn't get chopped to bits because Demon exists.
Yeah, Sigma was actually in a pretty decent spot for a long time, and then Demon got introduced into the game. And just another counter there for the scientist, and Sigma's really struggled to find his place in this meta. Other than, like, if Demon's banned and we go to a circuit or a Havana, like, those types of maps, yes, he is still very good. But there's a lot of maps now where he just kind of gets run over. if there's a Demon or even a Zarya or a few other tank options can really start to bully him. So I really think we're kind of slowly fading away from that traditional poke meta that we were in for a while. We're in a lot of these kind of rush poke hybrids or even just the full-on dives. And I have a feeling Sigma's kind of going to get left to the sidelines here for a bit.
Yeah, and I think that also seems to be Juno's preferred tank pick. If she had her way all of the time, along with the Orisa. And again, if Demon had not been released, I think that would leave them in a much stronger spot, like just as a team, playing around those strengths. And I think that did lead to them getting to this top 8 to begin with, is that a lot of their strengths lined up with what that meta was at the time, just about a month ago. And they got them as far as it did, but I think having the Cafe Fika being the first matchup, it just seems way too much for them to handle. On top of it, but it seems like we do get a treat of a newer map. After all, Hybrid is at least confirmed to be the selection. Is it gonna be like a Paradiso? No, there'll be Neon Junction, which is still chill. I think this has been the most picked map, actually, out of our hybrid choices, just because teams have been scrimming it in other map pools so far and want to transfer it over to this pool as well.
And I love this map. This is, at least when I've been playing ranked, I think the most picked map whenever it pops up. Like, it is crazy. And I think you maybe just saw the message that I just saw. Yeah, and I'll read this word. Can we get confirmation? Which one's Juno 2? I'm trying to think. Which one? Yeah. You should change. So I think that is Magic Mushy's Juno. We're getting confirmation right now, but I believe...
don't even know who Juno 2 is.
Juno 2 is Cafe Juno. Okay. It says, quote, the casters figured out a system, so I have to break it. They're saying Juno the tank, Juno the support. So now we have both Junos on tank for Neon Junction. This is absolutely, I will say, brilliant from their point of view.
And they have to be on the same tank.
Oh my god.
Oh, Juno. I don't even know which one you are anymore. How could they do this?
The Junos.
This is turned from...
What are we doing?
We're gonna have fun. We're gonna win. This is gonna be great too. Let's see how much we can make, how difficult we can make the casters' jobs today. And you know what?
I respect it.
Out of all of the games that I think we have casted, in terms of names, this might be number one. If we're going into this, both Junos on tank playing the same tank, plus Junos on support.
But it won't be Zarya being the tank played. That is going to be banned out from the Magic Mushies. And then we'll see what Cafe would like to ban out instead. I just can't get over what we're seeing right now. If somebody has enough time, as we're going through, and can go back through this series, how many times have we said the word Juno this series?
I'll go back and count just for the bit.
It's got to be in the hundreds by the time this series is done.
I want to hear guesses. I want chat. Take your best guess. How
chat,
many times?
Take your guess. We will try, if we have enough time later, to figure this out.
Just for fun, just for the bit. But speaking of for the bit, we're taking our time. Is the Cat Cafe, and because they do have a role swap, I mean, maybe things are a bit closer. Perhaps it feels like a lot of hope from my end. I think these teams are just here to have fun, to get the experience being on stage, and have their names highlighted within the scene. Will be a Freya ban to the dismay of Slade, who's had quite a bit of luck on that hero so far. I say luck, a lot of more skill than luck, if you get what I mean. So that will be gone, perhaps more Sojourn to be played.
Yeah, I think, honestly, for the Mushies, as soon as they saw what this bracket was, I have a feeling they weren't really looking at this to be like, oh my god, we're gonna take down Cafe Fika first game. I think this is very much a learning series here for Magic Mushies, but I can't wait to see how they do in the lower bracket. I think this is a team that's going to be able to learn very quickly off of what went right today, maybe for Cafe Fika, what went wrong, and how they can progress into the rest of this tournament. They would play the loser of Team Missing X-Ray and Fable, which is our final series today, everybody. That'll be after this match concludes. But I think they really have a chance to kind of get something going in that lower bracket. But I think right now it is just learning as much as you can from arguably one of the favorites in this tournament. And maybe, Aaron, test out a little bit of comps here. on the newest map in the rotation of Neon Junction.
Again, I think this series is a very good representation of Calling All Heroes as a whole, like the two sides that we're really starting to see. You have the players on Cafe Fika who've been around the scene for a while, and because of the spotlight that they got in Calling All Heroes, a lot of them were able to make it onto top Face It Masters teams or even OWCS at certain points. And now we have a lot of newcomers that are continuing to cycle in and show the skills that they have, and it's going to be this uplifting pipeline almost that Calling All Heroes has managed to build. Yes, it does sometimes lead to matches like this, where there is just that experience differential that we see between our teams, but the fact that we have the Magic Mushies here, and we will probably be seeing a lot of these players more frequently, just based on the performance and the continuation of the Calling All Heroes seasons.
Yeah, no, don't be shocked if we see a lot of these players continue to progress, whether it be here in Calling Our Heroes, whether it be in the Face It system. We're going to be seeing a lot of these names over the next few years, I have a guess, because that's already been the case with Calling Our Heroes players. And again, Cinnabar is a great example of that. She's been everywhere, it feels like. Every stage of competition in Overwatch Esports, she's been all over it. And I'm excited to see as we go. Right now, that tank agreement, though, really isn't the case. Hattori will go over to flex support in the meantime. And with the cat not being banned, Cinnabar will go back to, I don't want to say her signature, but it's been her signature as of late.
This is already breaking my brain. Because normally when I'm like trying to look and make sure I get the team names with everyone assigned, I default to the tank player who I'm looking at. That just doesn't. Oh, this is gonna break my brain. Oh,
I think I'm going like a Magic Juno, Cafe Juno.
Yep, that's
I think that's maybe the best way to go out of here.
We can't let them best us. We won't
we
let them win.
We cannot let the players win.
No, we cannot. Although Cafe Fika have Ivory on Widowmaker and Missin on Sombra. Two heroes that, one, should not be played on this map, and two, don't usually exist, but Juno, Magic Juno, there we go, figured it out. Does end up falling first with the hack that came in from Missin there. Couldn't get the cardiac off in time. But over Cafe Fika is on the point. They're pushing up, seeing if they can get more picks.
Did you see Cinnabar just lifting Ivory up in chokes?
Is that what's been happening?
And is holding Ivory still so that they can get some pickoffs on Widow. That is genius.
Okay then. I love it. Except for, wait, is this a flying Mauga? Nope, not a flying Mauga. Just a flying cat. Chillin'. I think the May here from Open does help a bit, like in these duels. But you still have Ivory who's whipping heads off like nobody's business, and it's just a hero they are so good at. We just don't get to see as much in this day and age of Overwatch. Cafe Fika, though, will take the first objective, a little over 5 minutes, progressing to second point.
Yeah, for a while with Ivory, it's been a lot of the Freya and a lot of the Sojourn over the last year or so. We've even seen them on some Ashe here and there. But it is nice to see the Widowmaker make another appearance as Juno.
Oh, no.
Getting some help, I should say Cafe Juno getting some assistance from Cinnabar. And now just everybody trying to chill out. As Open's like, why not? Let's have a little bit of a Widow duel here on Neon Junction.
Okay.
I'm
here for this.
Go for it.
Speaking of respect, nobody from the Magic Mushies is daring to peek while sights are up. As those are down, they don't have the information. There's a big old meatball lurking above their heads. Juno dropped down from the skies. Target locked onto Mime, who's doing her best to get away, but without retreat, not much that she can do to escape from that situation. Cafe Fika continuing to roll on forwards.
And Cafe Juno's like, you think you're getting away? That's funny. Like, I don't think that's happening. The burn damage almost finds Open, but it's Hattori on the off roll, trying to go in. Beautiful nade, and the cage fight seals it away. And another, I don't even want to say clean, because I don't know if that's really the word for it, but fantastic fight here for Cafe Fika. Second phase will be complete. Add another minute and a half into the time bank. 5:20 for Cafe Fika entering final phase.
So if anyone ever needs a flex support sub, Tori might be your
If you need a ringer.
There you go. She's right here. And she's playing like Juno, the flex support who's currently on deck for Cafe Fika. Her signature hero as well. has the nano boost. I have a feeling it's either going on to Juno, or if they're feeling frisky, we're getting an electric cat going in the small corner. Will be the more reasonable option onto the tank, which will help her live through this cage fight that Juno of the Magic Mushies was hoping to set up for her team, but it just didn't pay off. You're in a small room with 2 hit scans. You can't exactly get up close and personal there. Well, Ivory continues the rain fire down. Headshots only from them. This point was looking to be capped shortly.
Yeah, it will be the Sanctuary available here for Mime with the Kasuna Rush as well. So there are options for the Magic Mushies to fend away this attack, but they also have a Maga in their face. So that's a little tricky.
And Tori is sneaking around, looking for a Bionade or even just somebody to sleep. There we go. Target acquired. 2 planted in purple. Shots don't really land the way that she would like, and it opens the door, literally, for the venture swap out of the Magic Mushies to get a couple picks in and stop Cafe Fika from capping, at least for now.
Yeah, for the time being, it is stopped, open, realizing that maybe that doesn't connect over there exactly how they remembered it, but a great kill near the end from open. And now, Cafe Fika, for the first time in this map, have to kind of chill out for a second. As I say that, Hittori just goes in. Not Hittori, Cafe Juno goes in. Oh, Lord.
We're getting mind games in a completely different way now. Hattori, though, is still in the kill feed, but as the good old grandma instead of the Malga running it down. That will be the team kill coming on in. Celebratory EMP from this end, and a good old 3-2-1 to finish off the map, and a pretty exciting attack. You gotta say, a lot of things that you don't see every day.
That is very true. This is a lot of things you don't see. Let me take a look at the scores
Tori
here.
has 16 ilims. Hello?
What? That is
Are we sure she's
an
not a DPS?
insane stat line. Yeah, I think it's just a third DPS right now. Yeah. For Cafe Fika. Like only.
She's more damage than both of her DPS.
Yeah, Missing, what's happening? Is this like a repeat of
I think she was
Root?
on Sombra, or on Payload, though.
Yeah, I think she was on payload duty again, so I respect it. If you put like her stats from this map and Root together, you'd confuse a lot of people, I think, of what the score of that series was. And Cafe Fika just continuing to throw some curveballs at us. It'll be the Doomfist mirror.
What?
With Cinnabar, Zen, Hittori, Lucio.
No, we're not. We're not doing
I think we are.
Okay. Well.
Need to buy some more kits while I'm here.
Okay, now, alright, we do swap back over. Juno will take up the Demon. I would be impressed if Juno could play the Doomfist, especially as a non-tank player.
Oh, so I think some tank players to this day still struggle on Doom, let alone a support playing tank. So it will be a little bit interesting to see how this goes, but Ivory will remain on the Widow, but gets scanned out right away from open on the Hanzo, which was one of the bright spots of Route 66 here for the Mushies.
Yeah, and they were able to find a lot of arrows just chucked down mid. I say arrows, they're more like tree trunks, on how large they can feel at times, but with the Demon Mirror, and not a lot of healing, which is kind of scary, I think, for Cafe Fika. You have to plan your damage in bursts. You're relying on headshots from Ivory to get in, because Magic Mushy Sustain is like 10 times better than theirs.
Yeah, you need to bank on Ivory, maybe lining up some of these shots, and so far, that's not been the case. You can already see, look at the health bars for Cafe Fika. It is taking a long time for those to go back up.
Juno's just not gonna get back to full health. Like, it's not gonna happen. At least in the next business day. We'll move over to the point to get a contest. That's the pick that you're looking for. Slate does fall, but as Mime decides to push up, get the kill. Set at an even pace, relying on Juno of Cafe Fika, which that is the support player that's playing tank. There we go. Moving on in, it gets the Steam mech, but it is a bit more dicey, I think, than Cafe Fika would have liked it to be, and it gives Magic Mushies a chance to push back into this. Tori did absolutely stable Baby Demon.
Oh my god, that's crazy.
Okay.
That's some
Stop
style
talking,
points.
because I'm like, there's no way that's gonna happen, but
Like, this fight's done, right? It's, yeah.
no, it is now.
Oh, yeah, it really is now. Ivory, don't do it. That was a little close for comfort. Slade will swap over to the Pharah, try to put a little more pressure down on this already squishy backline of Cafe Fika.
I think it's a difficult choke to get through as well. Just with Ivory existing on one angle, Cinnabar on the other, and the main source of healing for the Magic Mushies is down, and Tori wants to send it forwards. Wouldn't be shocked if we saw a tempo beat, but seems to want to save that for another occasion, unlike her tank player.
And look at this. Cafe Juno not wanting to take any, leave any survivors. They're just already, I don't want to say inting into the spawn, but being pretty aggressive with it. Just trying to deny any sort of push. Open's learning that in real time, but eventually, too much of that damage is going to go through. Dragons tries to cut off people by a point, and separate a little bit of Cafe Fika.
Not the most useful ultimate in the game here, and neither is Open since they no longer have a head. Cafe Fika, I'm just trying to push it a bit farther. I mean, you have plenty of insurance with both Transcendence and Sound Barrier online. So you're just vibing at this point. It's only a minute left now.
1 minute left. Open's like, all right, where's her match to win out? It was fun. Well, and it's no longer fun. That was disgusting, Ivory.
Ivory was waiting for that. Saw that first shot immediately. I gotta lock in. There's a second on his slate, looking for the highlight clip. Only finds the tank. So what will result in much? There we go. Does get Mooney as well. And she's just face tanking at this point. Ivory could care less about what is happening in the smoke. There we go. Open says time to shut down the Ego plays. With the Widowmaker out of the way, surely there's some less fear. The limit break is terrifying. There's not much that this Sanctuary does against a melee weapon. The will to throw Juno, knowing that the support won't be there if she pushes up further.
And so, somewhat, Cafe Fika are sustaining with Zen Lucio. Like, that might be one of the most impressive things about this so far, is that they're actually making it work. EMP is available here from Missa, trying to go on the back line and finds it.
Oh, yep, by Open. Did not stand a chance. There is the tank now for Cafe Fika as that Juno ends up falling. Mime, though, just cannot get to the point. Dueling against Tori when Cinnabar comes in on the assist. Make sure her tank player on support won't fall in vain. Now it is just good old Juno of the Magic Mushies holding down this point, doing her best to stall for somebody to get back. Jesse, it seems like Cafe Fika have the situation under control. They want to move on into those upper semifinals, and will manage to do it with the Juno support playing Tank and Doomfist to close it out. Cafe Fika, give us some 3 Overwatch.
Did it their own way. That can be definitively said about this one. Cafe Fika just stroll right on in, and it's Cinnabar on the Zen who gets play of the game. Maybe not a sentence you thought you would hear during Calling Our Heroes Champs Day 1, but here we are. A few assists on those eliminations, as well as the elimination here near the end. But it is Cafe Fika. They'll stroll their way into the next round, and they will await the winner of our next series, Team Missing X-Ray versus Fable. But again, this is a roster we're kind of expecting to make a very deep run, and this is just the obvious start to that.
Yeah, I think the Cafe Fika came into this expecting to win today, and understandably. And I'm glad we had a really fun match. I think that sometimes when you have like a 2nd and 7th seed type of matchup, it can be just a stomp from start to finish. But hey, credit to the players, even if they intentionally tried to make our jobs difficult. We had fun. I hope you guys had fun watching that one as well. So again, congratulations to Cafe Fika for moving on. Magic Mushies, though, are not out of this. They do have a chance to redeem themselves in the lower bracket.
Yeah, they will play the loser again of Team Missing X-Ray versus Fable. And I'm really excited to see how they do when they're not playing a juggernaut, right? That is Cafe Fika. So I cannot wait to see that series tomorrow. We're going to go to a quick break, and then we have a quick interview with potentially a Juno. But we won't know quite yet from Cafe Fika. Make sure you stay tuned.
And we are back after another set of 3 Overwatch here. Cafe Fika took the win over the Magic Mushies in what we can only describe as a tongue twister of a broadcast with our slew of Junos. But a good match, a great showing so far for Cafe Fika and the expectations that we have for them. And I'm very glad that we get to get an insight too from Cinnabar, who is joining us for a winning interview. Here in a second. Cinnabar, gotta ask, how are we feeling? You're back in champs once again, getting ready to compete.
I'm feeling pretty good. I'm excited for this tournament.
Oh, I think it definitely looked like you all were feeling pretty good. What was the kind of the vibe entering this first weekend? Is there anything you all are trying to do? Is there a certain type of comps you guys are trying to like play around? What was the plan for this weekend?
Won't say too much about the comps right now, but definitely say going into this weekend, we were just thinking about having fun and getting through the weekend and just going on to have more scrims and have matches next weekend.
For sure, and obviously when we had the kind of the seeding tournament for this event, Demon was not in the picture. Now we have that new season patch. We've seen her kind of everywhere. What is your interpretation so far of the new hero?
I think it's the best tank character at the moment for sure, and especially when Cat is in the game, it just becomes like just so oppressive.
Also, and speaking of Cat, we saw some tracer dueling that you were doing earlier on in the day. Is that kind of like, are you more of a battle cat these days? If you get the option to do it, is that kind of the vibe we're expecting?
Yeah, I would say so. I like the battle cat. It's fun.
Heck yeah. Well, I'm looking forward to potentially seeing more of that later, which, looking ahead a bit, you guys obviously made it all the way to the finals in our seeding tournament there as well. Is there a opponent that you're kind of expecting to be a bit of a challenge, or somebody that you're looking forward to facing later on into our bracket?
The team that I want to play the most is definitely the Timeless team, or the Missing team. I mean, no grudge against them, but because they beat us, I want to get our get back. I want to win that match so badly.
Totally fair. You gotta get your revenge in there. Have the final say. And hey, you may have an opportunity to do that, as you will be facing the winner between Team Missing X-Ray and Fable tomorrow, potentially. So we're looking forward to that. But of course, Cinnabar, any final words here before we wrap up our interview?
Just thank you for the people that watched and came out to support our team.
Awesome. I'm sure we will see plenty of support coming your way throughout the course of both this weekend and the next one. Thank you again, Cinnabar, for taking the time to speak with us, and we're looking forward to watching you and Cafe Fika perform throughout the weekend.
Of course. Bye-bye. Thank you for having me.
Of course.
Thank you.
Calm, cool, and collected. I think that's just where Cafe Fika is that they know that they are one of the top teams, and I think it's reasonable for them to have that grudge, especially after going 6 maps against both Timeless and Team Missing X-Ray.
Oh, especially like they're 1 map away from having the 1 seed in this tournament, right? In that seeding tournament. So
yeah,
Cafe Fika is obviously going to feel pretty good, and honestly, I think the balance patch that came in and Demon being entered into the game is more of a benefit to them than I think any other team in this tournament. It's completely understandable that Cafe Fika, they got to be feeling pretty good about where they're standing right now.
Absolutely, and they have a bit of a rest time too. So that is their only match that they will be playing tomorrow. But we are not done here on the Calling All Heroes broadcast just yet. We have Fable versus Team Missing X-Ray coming up for our final game of the day. So stay tuned. Make sure you have your Battle.net accounts connected for drops, as we will continue with our final match shortly. Overwatch curse be broken today by our final match, the 4th seed versus the 5th. Team Mixing X-Ray taking on Fable for the 3rd time, Jesse, in the span of a month.
Yeah, these two teams pretty aware of each other and familiar at this point. Team Missing X-Ray has gotten the better of Fable both times in that previous seeding tournament, both sweeps. So let's see if Fable can maybe at least bring that score a little bit closer or pull the upset here to advance to that upper quarterfinal.
And if we can take a look at our bracket here as well, as we are still in our upper quarterfinals, every single one of our matches has been streamed so far. And I think because of that, what we kind of expect, again, these matches tend to be not as close, but expecting a 4th and 5th seed to maybe bring it back. I think that Fable have a lot of potential to show up. But then again, Team Missing X-Ray is, do I say they're almost like the underdogs of our top 4?
I would say, of our top 4, I would say yes. Because at first, like, oh, I thought they were 4th, but then they beat Extra Oblivione during the seeding tournament, so they started to feel better. So I think they are a very dangerous team, depending on the form that they are in. We've seen a lot of different looks. I will say the Maga meta kind of sliding away a little bit more and going back into this Demon may hurt them a tiny bit. Axe was great on the Maga. So I am kind of curious to see if it's going to be Axe or if it's going to be somewhere else here from Missing X-Ray to kind of fill in that gap. We believe it's going to be Amity, who will at least start on tank first here in this series. So I'm curious if she picks up that mantle.
Yeah. I mean, it's not super common these days to see substitutes come in unless it's like oh, we don't actually have the players, so we're going to play our sub. Just because it's hard to slot other people in, and I think that particularly applies to the tank role. And Amity is a player, I think, who can really show up in a position where she might not be nearly as, I say, playing with the team nearly as much. We did see her a little bit again in our seeding tournament, expecting her to pick up the mantle of that Demon heading into today. But yeah, I think this is a team that has been, I mean, Nadokado, Mikman have been around for a while. Amity, Crumb, Cameron, slightly newer to the scene by comparison, but I think they have had by far the strongest unexpected performance from these teams that we have in top 8.
Yeah, I'd say we've seen the Nadokado Mikman duo for a long time. If you've been following Calling All Heroes, they are two names you know. I think Nadokado has been one of the, at least for me personally, one of the coolest stories to see her grow over the years. And she's been killing it over in Face It as well. So really excited to see what this team has up to offer. But on the other side, it's one of the oldest organizations in Calling Out Heroes. It's Fable. This is, we were talking in the green room beforehand, 13th event for this organization in Calling Out Heroes. Obviously not for all of these players, but for the core of this team. They've been together a very long time. They have a history, though, of getting top 6. And let's see if they can break it here at Champs.
Yeah, I mean, Avery, Panther, and Fiery, obviously, like the core of this team that have been around. The 5th, 6th cards, Jesse, it's always lurking right there. They have the potential. They can pop off. Their highest placement has been 3rd. That happened, I believe, last year in one of our summer seasons, if I remember correctly. But it's been a middle of the road team for a while. I mean, these players know the game pretty well, and having the additions of Kaisakol and Ray, who have absolutely been rising players. They did compete in Calling All Heroes Rising for a little bit as well. If I remember correctly, we're 7th and 8th in last year's championship. So it's a lot of these players that have been there. They've been around the scene, but they can't quite break through that glass ceiling just yet.
And maybe this is the tournament that it will finally happen here for some of these players. I'm going to guess. We don't even know. Nepal is probably where we're going to first.
I don't even know the other control maps because everyone's just picking Nepal.
Yep,
oh,
there
look.
it is. Yeah.
And I still don't know what the other control maps are.
The chances of us seeing Busan or Samoa, pretty low. Especially Samoa. I think there's a chance we maybe see a Busan later on this tournament. I think it is a near zero chance Samoa gets picked during this tournament, and that is an interesting ban.
Whoa.
That is something. The Freya ban from Team Missing X-Ray lines up pretty well. The Life Weaver ban however, from
Yeah.
Fable. That is something different.
Yeah, that tells me that they just didn't want to ban anything else. It's a throwaway ban. They don't want to limit their options, I guess. And Demon is open, Cat is open, Bastion is open. Like a lot of these heavy hitters that have been so defining of the meta, even Symmetra, since we're on the Paul as well, are all very valid options for this team. I think the Freya ban actually hurts both Nadokado and Ray. I think it's been one of their strongest heroes that we have seen them, both of them compete so far. So other hit scans will likely be deployed there. Just not probably Soch, if I had to guess. At least that seems to make the most
Maybe
sense.
some Ashe.
Cassidy?
Maybe.
I feel like the only Ashe we've seen though has been from Ivory.
True. Which is sad because I feel like Ashe is such a fun character, but as soon as we've gotten some of these new characters in, she's kind of got pushed to the side unless you're doing one of those like super burn comps with like Anran, Ashe, Maga. She doesn't have too many great places right now in organized play. I think she's still great in ranked, but maybe not here in Calling Our Heroes. But we'll get right settled in here into Nepal. And again, drops still going on. Make sure you got everything connected, guys. On Twitch, I think YouTube drops they were still messing with. So just to be safe, make sure you're watching on Twitch. Have your Battle.net connected. Get all the amazing Calling Our Heroes drops we have, plus that esports loot box for this weekend's drops. But now we get to see what these teams want to run, and it is going to be, well, at least some Demon being teased.
We're not. Don't mention it. It's not gonna happen. The flying pig maneuver is an illegal one. Surely.
But I think if anyone's gonna do it, Avery is. I think Avery is pretty high on that list.
You know, Avery could do it. I think though, when we see Avery in particular, I think has a smaller pool of heroes, but the pool that she is good at is so good. And if she even said herself that if I can play my D.Va, my Zarya, my Sigma, I look great. Granted, Jesse, I was before Demon was released.
Yeah, we haven't really got to see too much of Avery, the new hero, and well, we may not get to see a ton of them right now. Is it gets the escape, but Ray is not going to have that same outcome.
Yeah, once you're on the bike or in a rather difficult spot, Shion, it's easy for a Tracer to go ahead and chase you down. Left the flank angles wide open for Mickman and kind of run people over. See mixing X-Ray, you get that first cap.
Yeah, cheeky little 3K there for the Kiriko of Cameron, and now Team Missing X-Ray. They can just chillax for a little bit. Over on this point, still going to be this double flanker here from Fable with the Shion Tracer. It's a lot for Nadokado to do. That's kind of why we're getting lifted up a little bit over there. Just a little bit of a stroll here with Crumb.
Just seeing what's going on over on the angle. And see what Ray's able to do on the Shion. It's a difficult clump. I think to stay alive in against the likes of Mickman and Nadokado together. Everyone very slippery. Can easily shut you down if you don't have your bike. Speaking of which, Fiery already had to pull the trigger on the Purr and is in a small room where Nadokado wants to be dropped on top of. Great shot straight into her head. No more Cat available, but the rest of the team is getting run down. Great opportunity spotted by by Avery and Kisicle. But it's going to be enough to close it out. It seems that it will. Z-Panther taking things into their own hands. And Fable get the flip.
Yeah, they're kind of stretching that fight out a little bit. Amity will just get demacked as this fight concludes. So that is going to be a very long stagger. I'm not sure if Amity is just going to jump off. I'm not sure what.
She's not moving. She's just over on the angle. She's going to try to get the medic.
That's rough for her. She's going to have a pretty long push, and then the pulse bomb is here. Maybe right as she gets that remac up.
Yeah, I mean, they're hoping that the Cat Eye buys time. Or I'm gonna get the mech, and somehow Icicle had a pixel up.
Oh my god!
Nadokado is just gross. Every time we see her on the screen, Jesse, she manages to pull off these insane mechanical plays. I feel like every highlight reel we can pull is just from her. She's gonna have to work extra hard to make sure that this fight ends the way of Team Missing X-Ray. To do it, and mind you, without a mech demon.
And Avery used the limit break as they were being sent off the edge.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know if that was a misclick or if that was just a very ballsy play. But that was maybe one that Fable's gonna want back. And so is that pulse, barely missing the Crumb Nadokado duo over there by Coast.
Crumb was like, get me out, get me out.
Get me
Did
out.
not like that at all. Fiery does have catnap. It is relatively easy to get a demon if you can lure Amity closer to the edge, and she'll do it just because she got the pick onto Ray early on. Catnap is out. It's onto the tank, I think, as the rest of the fight is unfolding elsewhere. Nadokado is just lighting up this kill feed. Pick after pick. She cannot be stopped. Team Missing X-Ray, they're going to end this one here and now. Ray, one last ditch effort with the Satsuriku spree, but halted just short of the points. Team Missing X-Ray take it.
Yeah, Missing X-Ray, pretty smooth here on the first round in Nepal. As we get over to our next round, and yeah, this is, as you look at the standing and the scoreboard here, yeah, Nadokado 11-2. She's been nasty already so far during this series. And Amity, again, we're kind of curious. The joke last event, if you missed it, Axe fell asleep. The other tank here for Team Missing X-Ray. So Amity played. And honestly, she did a pretty decent job in the position, but you could tell it wasn't necessarily heroes that she was more comfortable in. That is not the case right now with Demon. This is like peak Amity, where she can play very aggressive, but has enough escape. She knows when to get out. This is a very dangerous team if Amity's able to keep this type of form.
And I even remember, too, when she plays in Collegiate for Brighter Cliff, at least last semester, she was on DPS. Played a lot of Vendetta. Yeah. Some similarities, I guess, to Demon, combined with her experience on the Wrecking Ball that I highly doubt we'll see throughout the course of today. But Fable are kind of corralled in the spot. Team Missing X-Ray just have all of the angles to poke them out, or they can take the space, and most of that is Nadokado and Crump being that threatening duo. Swap from Ray to the Sojourn help, but they just can't move anywhere.
Yeah, as much as it's nice to have a little bit more of a challenge for Nadokado at range, you need the space to be created to have that range, and so far, that has just not been the case. Avery is able to find one, and so is the Panther on the exit, but it's not going to be enough. Team Missing X-Ray. Cap first once again, and already Amity's 15 away from a limit break. That is an egregious pace, and Crump just gonna send that was a little bit scary.
I lost sight of Nadokado, and that freaked me out. Okay, sorry.
We've already had a few scares on this today on stream. Yeesh.
It's a close one, especially on this map too. It's something about Sanctum of Nepal, which is, I guess there's a lot of cliffs you can fall off of. A limit break is up though, along with Cat Eye combo for Team Missing X-Ray. See what Amity decides to do with it. And more Panther to see if their Suzu is enough to cleanse through it. There it is, and the Suzu to cancel it out. Great play there from Fable's support line, but you didn't account for Nadokado, who has been politely escorted by Rum to the back line. Doesn't even need the Cat Eye. I'm not sure, but Crumb just decided, you know what? I need to dunk this tank off the map, and somehow Amity got the kill correct.
That's crazy.
Crumb.
Yeah, tank favoritism maybe a little bit there of that all went down, but X-Ray holding it down, 25% away from sealing away Nepal. Limit break is still here for Avery, but you have to worry about a Cat Noon.
I mean, just go back and spawn. That's your only option. There is enough cover for them to not really be too concerned, as we are now all fighting in the small room, because that's the only spot that you are at least safer. And it works out for Avery. Amity ends up getting demexed, despite the Kitsune rush that Team Missing X-Ray had. That is a fight Missing X-Ray absolutely should have won, but it's fallen apart for them. Fable, especially Ray and Avery, came alive, will clutch this one up and give themselves more of a chance on Sanctum.
We got a little too comfortable on the spawn of Fable there. Did Missing X-Ray. Just a nice little pause there for Fable, and now they can chill over by a point as Avery just taking some pop shots. Still the overclock in the hand of Ray. And some more of these ultimates popping up, so if Fable can win this fight, they have, you know, Kitsune Rush, even the Satsuriku Spree coming up. It could line up here for Fable to make a little bit of a turn.
But they gotta find the combo. It's a great limit break from Amity, and the Suzu just isn't there. Every card that Fable had just couldn't be played in time. Amity will bring this one back and make it look easy while she is doing it. last cat tip from Crumb does the taunt to close it out. Team Missing X-Ray will take the ball.
Pretty much on the pace that they started, and they ended on, I should say, the last event. Very clean map here. And that'll be just a quick 1-0 start. And again, quote the overcaffeinated Amity to cue their little name card there. And this, I will say, for anybody in Calling All Heroes, Amity playing in this form is a scary sight.
Yeah.
This could spell trouble for any other team trying to break into that top 4. I would be petrified, honestly, seeing that kind of play. But now we get to see Fable. Where do they want to go, right? Do we want to kind of lean into a little bit more of some of these other styles, maybe ban out the Demon and force some other looks out from X-Ray?
I mean, reminder too, this is the 3rd time that these two teams are playing each other, and Fable is yet to take a map off of Team Missing X-Ray. I think with the pool being drastically different, that does help. And I think Freya coming back too will be a big asset for Ray. I think that's kind of been her hero. When we've seen her pop off as much as we have to get Fable to this point, that is going to be a great help to the team. I think more of the question is, what is the ban necessarily going towards? Because Fable, they just threw it away. They went for Lifeweaver, wanted to leave their options open, because they feel like that they can pull out or counter anything.
Yeah, at this point, like, oh, we can just counter whatever we need to, and sometimes that is the case, sometimes it isn't. But we'll get to see now from Fable where they would like to go next. Again, all 4 map types, Hybrid, Flashpoint, Push, Escort, are available. We haven't really seen a ton of Push. Flashpoint, it's been a lot of New Junk City as of late. If we do go to that mode. And then honestly, for Hybrid, Escort, we've seen at least a little bit more of a mix of everything else. Other than Junkertown, we had the one time during the seeding tournaments. I think we had our one Junkertown map, and then it won't get played probably until next champs.
I'm smelling a Neon Junction, though. I see this Hybrid come up.
Yeah.
I would love if it was
I could see
Paradiso, but I can smell it. I can basically taste it at this point. We're so close to getting that Neon Junction map.
Yeah.
And voila! There it is. So it will be more focused again on that Demon, these ground tanks, maybe some Mei to be pulled out if you're feeling kind of feisty there, but I think a lot of what we just saw back on Nepal is going to remain the same on Neon Junction.
Yeah, and now we get to wait for that ban. If it's not Cat or Demon, which it isn't, I don't mind it though.
Okay.
I don't mind it at all. The Kiriko will be the ban here from Fable. Now leaving the door open here for Demon to remain in, which I don't think Team Missing X-Ray are going to complain about at all.
Yeah. Okay, I have a thought about this. Are they going to put Z Panther on the Ana?
They could. I think they definitely could.
We don't see it too much, at least with the Demon in play, because I feel like you get run over if you have to position yourself very safely. Like, I think it has to be an Ana Cat angle if that is the case, but it is a hero that Z Panther has been known to pop off on in the past.
Yeah, it is one of the heroes that they kind of grew on the scene from, was the Ana. So having that as an option is great. Sigma will be the answered ban here from Team Mixing SRA. And like we said, one of the few heroes that is great for Avery is that Sigma. And she will not have that option here on Neon Junction.
No, that is unfortunate, but I don't think you're planning on playing that anyways. I think as long as Demon's available, I feel like it has to come out.
Yeah.
She just feels like she's miles above the other tanks, and even a matchup into Sigma does not feel good as that Sigma player, as we got to see a little bit earlier on. So, essentially, the support line is the one that is in question. I feel like the Kiriko is just in every single composition that we have, so it's an opportunity for Z Panther and Fiery, Crumb, and Cameron to get a bit creative with what they're doing.
Yeah, we'll have a little more different looks going in this. But like you said, Kiriko, as soon as she pretty much entered the game, has been in a grand majority of comps. Just because that cleanse is so useful, and she has the mobility, she has great damage and heals. Everything you could possibly want in a support, that is what Kiriko is, and has been since she entered the game. So having that piece out, again, we're going to lean more into probably that Ana here from Z Panther. We could also see, you know, any of the Barn heroes, the Anaron. Probably not the Maga since Demon's going to get played. Or even that Ashe is going to have a lot more value because you don't have that instant cleanse to shed those negative effects.
You really want to see Ashe play today, don't you?
I do. Ivory got me going on the Ashe train.
I was gonna say we're talking about Ashe so much, and I can't even remember the last time I've seen it other than Ivory pulling it out. It's just not a super common pick. I think it has potential in the right hands, but there are better options, which is why teams lean towards it. But it is a good point. The cleanse not being a factor can make that a possibility. But on this map in particular, I don't think that feels nearly as good as some of the other picks such as Sojourn or the Freya. That will come into play. I really do want to see this DPS line for Fable, though, start to show up. I think they are now on some of their strongest picks that they can be. And Ray in particular, it is her time to shine.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see. Like, if Fable are going to snatch a map, it feels like this has to be it. With the bans that have gone into place, it is still going to be the Demon Mirror here on Neon Junction, and another Widow being ushered around by the cat, but this time Mickman gets shot up a lot, and we'll have to make that swap pretty early.
So near mirror comps here, the only difference being Narukato on Soj and Ray on Freya. I think that's why she's named Ray, is part of the Freya. I don't know, it might be a bit of a stretch. Will it be a duel of the Xions? The bikes both collide with support of Crumb has kept Mickman up a lot longer than they arguably should have. So many resources, though, thrown into the small room from Fable that they don't have the support to give Avery in the front line. Amity manages to run it down, and will just be the first point captured. Doesn't seem like Fable will have time to regroup fully.
No, they won't have pretty much any time, because Amity's already waiting for the bus to slide, and the train, I should say, to slide on through. Maybe missed a pit stop earlier today, and I don't know if I'd want to fight up there. I'm just going to be honest. That screams disaster written all over it.
We haven't seen a player get hit by the train yet. But emphasis on yet. This could be the time, especially with some tat shenanigans happening and Cameron just chilling up here. There's a lot of players fighting in the tunnel, but you do have to get the control over it, and I think that's important to have Cameron and Crumb in the positions that they were in. Ooh.
Yeah, it's just a very dangerous position to play up there. One missed audio cue and it's over. But a lot of pressure over here by a point, but it won't matter when Mickman getting the job done in the back. Able to find one. And from that point, Fable, yeah, just kind of everybody falls to the wayside. And there's going to be a continued push here for missing X-Ray.
I think poor Avery too. I think there's been a lot of moments that Avery will go in, but isn't exactly on the same page as the rest of Fable. They're occupied with other people on Team Missing X-Ray, like Mickman, like Narukato. Well, not Narukato anymore.
Well, yeah, it used to be Narukato, and now kind of just the shallow outline that we just see on the floor there for a moment. Limit break is available here for Amity. Just waiting for all the squishies to go through this choke.
Nano there, onto Amity. Two great sleep darts out of Z Panther. Buys Fable the time to get away, at least from the Demon. But the limit break is still available. The overhealth gets shredded from Avery. It's like she didn't even have it in the first place. This point just about to be capped. It's a catnap attempt from Fiery to keep this fight going. You just don't have the physical bodies to put on the point in the way that you want to. Amity is holding it down, and an unstoppable force can happen. People don't want to give up. Nano onto Kaisi doesn't accept the bigger spree, but she's antied less fit than 50 HP. It's an easy shot for Narukato to line up. Fable, they desperately wanted to keep that point, Jesse, but it cost them 4 ultimates to be able to do it, and Team Missing X-Ray are still chucking resources onto the objective. At least you get Amity out of the picture. Bought time for Avery to get back, but no mech. It's just the cat's up through spree now for Mickman to return. And my goodness, that was a crazy fight that you would not expect here. With the time bank that was remaining, his Team Missing X-Ray eventually get through.
Neither team wanted to give up on that fight at all. Pretty much any ultimate that was built up in the relative last minute got popped. The only one left is the Bola shot here from Ray. But what an insane sequence. X-Ray land on top. Amity's now on this high ground, and Ray may have a special visitor, but instead, Amity decides to dip out.
Yeah, and not great timing though. And the thing we're seeing with Fable is they're trying to set up their own angles. The team missing X-Ray are taking the engages on opposite angles much quicker and getting the value from it. They're down in these fights. Wall shot from Ray, I mean it lands, but there's not too much value to be gained just from hovering over on the opposite angle. Still 4 minutes too. Fable have to manage to hold this one down.
There's just so much time, and you can see Z Panther is stuck over here. Eventually does get a little bit of a lift from their support duo to get up on the high ground, but now you gotta worry about a nano demon.
Ray was like, I'm safe, I can fly. No, you're not. That is a big old sword that will slash you in half from above. Team missing X-Ray, they want to end this here and now. They're down on a couple of numbers. You gotta be careful. That limit break will go ahead and seal the deal. 3 minutes and some change on the clock, and I think it's the same sort of tempo setting that we saw on the previous map.
Yeah, just a lot of the same here is Fable trying to create their own opportunities, but the pace of which missing X-Ray is organizing their set plays. It has been so good so far. Amity leads the way. 19 eliminations for the tank. That is not, it doesn't even sound right. That is barely less than the combined eliminations right now of Fable. Just 2 off. If that just, you know, puts it into context a little bit more. I feel like this Ana setup has worked fine for Fable, but I feel like the pace of play with the Ana, you have to play so much slower. And you really, that was just not an opportunity that was given, and I guess Crumb's just over it. So is Nickman.
Okay.
Oh, do they hear? Are they listening in? I wonder, was that,
I mean, they
just
got
trying
time
to prove a
get
point?
Perhaps. Yeah. No, like it's, especially like the stat that stood out too was the difference in healing numbers as well. I mean, granted, Fiery and Z Panther I think are under a lot more pressure than Crumb and Cameron have been, and it's made it difficult for them to sustain Avery taking the space. Fable constantly getting pushed back, but being on the defense, gotta find a way to hold your ground.
Yeah, I need some way to at least like stabilize a fight. You don't necessarily need to reclaim all that space right away, but you need to be able to just hold down an angle and just feel safe about it for a few moments to keep the rest of your team alive. But now Fable, what can they do on the attack? Can they kind of hold it down? But now it's needing to push up. Cameron is in such a cool spot up here above point. It's going to need some really nice play shots from Ray to really do much.
It may even ends up landing as well. In Fable, yeah, it's really just Ray, unless Fiery can manage to fly across the open carrying one of her teammates with her, and that is a massive risk to take when you're working, especially in these side rooms. Nickman, just kind of chilling, holding it down, whereas Bicycle working more on the opposite side against the statue. The Bionade is out. I think it's the go button that Fable want to see. They just don't have the cooldowns. Like, they're using most of their big resources and not moving forward after it.
Yeah, they're having to use a lot of their big cooldowns just to survive. Instead of trying to be very proactive with it, it's having to be very reactive, and this is kind of the result of that. You get very static.
And it is trade 1-for-1, but Amity is in a much better position right now to be able to push back. I mean, Fable still don't have the space. The advantage of Avery getting beaten up is Panther has the faster Nano.
Yeah, Nano's already alive here, and that could help build up the rest of this limit break for Avery, but Amity already has her own.
Limit break is terrible. Like, you don't have the Suzu either,
No.
and that's the hurty part of the ban. You have to find a way to make this work. It is a trade of the Xions in the back, and Amity is out of the mech. The Nano perfectly placed before Cameron can get their own off. Instead, it will go onto Nanokado, who is facing Avery at like a 0.2 meter range, basically hugging each other. That didn't last very long at all. Fable be able to get at least a couple ticks on this point.
Expect, though, a recontest here from X-Ray. Still the overclock and the limit break ready to go. And it's not going to be a great start to that, however.
Minion got caught out on that flank, already used the bike just to push forward. Easy picks there for Avery. Now the limit break online, looking for the angle. Overlands onto Amity. That's all you need. Bullet shot into the back. Blast the mech to pieces, and Avery. Easy follow-up from her. Fable will get the point.
With a great time bank too. Again, you don't need to finish with 326, right? Like, I don't know if that's a realistic expectation here for Fable, but having some solid time left, if they're able to finish this map, is a great start to at least get some momentum going. Give yourselves still a decent chance to pull out this map in overtime. And that is a great way to start off. Still the catnap, and I wonder, do we get like a catnap into the train?
That would be cool. That sounds hard to
That'd
line
be
up,
great.
though. I feel like, how do you do that without getting hit as the cat? I think there's other priorities, though, for Fables. They are much more worried about Nanokato's overclock. They held their S key so hard there, getting away from the time, but they still have the advantage and the nano boost. Just the sleep dart from Cameron will shut most of that down. Avery can't engage at all. The catnap goes wide. Nanokato breaking some ankles. Even if she ends up falling in the end, Avery is a much worse spot, not having Fiery to heal her up out of the mech, and will be either a stagger or a swap losing ult charge.
Yeah, that's gonna be rough here for Avery. Yeah, they don't really have much to really go about it, and eventually Cameron will just find the elimination.
And Crumb catnapped the wall.
Yep.
Did that engage? I don't know if it was her that pressed the taunt button or Fiery. Either way, that was really funny. A great sequence of events showing how friendly these teams can be with each other.
Yeah, I don't know if you really want to be a wall hugger necessarily in that one, but here we go.
Now you do. You want to get far away from Nickman at the open as they have their sights set on Ray in the skies. That's 2 picks now for the Shion. Will turn into a third. Great setup there, getting Nickman in a spot from both Chrome and Cameron.
Yeah, nice little 4K there from Nickman. And now that time bank that was looking pretty decent here for Fable is starting to look a little worrisome. Only 31 meters, less than 2 minutes remaining now on the clock, and you only have a bola shot on the board for now. This is the type of position that actually want to be in, is holding a close choke.
Yeah, I think you're banking on Z-Panther, building up another nano, accepting that this fight is just a wash for you. It's the one advantage that they're going to have consistently just from the start of the map, even if it means they get wiped in this next fight.
Avery's at least able to find one and the D-map on Amity before this fight concludes. And also, we see a little bit of sticking around here from Nickman, but it will not be enough so far. So just 1 minute now, and Nanokado actually goes over to the Tracer to finish out this map.
Yeah, just to get back a bit faster,
Yeah.
I think. And I mean, Team Missing X-Ray, you do get the remap for Amity, so less of a concern. But this is a big fight, right? Having that nano up or Avery. It's either use the limit break or something else of that regard. Just has not been it for her. At least she gets out alive on the positive, and the bullet shot isn't much of a concern, but that's worst case scenario. Z-Panther goes down, you're still committing into this catnap, and they drag Avery straight into Mickman as well. And this is absolute chaos that is occurring, but Avery is finding the pinks. I hope that was a fat finger.
I hope it was. I really hope it was. Right, we had a catnap into a wall. We have a limit break into a wall. Walls are taking a lot of damage in this one on the junction. 15 seconds remaining. Missing X-Ray. They understand they don't need to win that fight. They can just back on up. 10 seconds remaining. Somebody's going to stick on that payload for Fable. And they can take at least one more fight during second phase with the nano to put on the Amity to build up the rest of this limit break.
That's the unfortunate part for Fable, is because Z-Panther died so early, they've lost that nano boost advantage. So now Cameron will have one of their own, drops it onto Amity, and that's 2 already down. The nano boost at least made it to Avery, but it's just Avery and Fiery fighting for their lives on this point. It was a much closer map for sure, but at the end of the day, Team Missing X-Ray, especially Amity in particular, is in peak form. They'll move up to 2-0.
2-0 for Missing X-Ray. One more map remaining to get into that top 4, at least here in the upper bracket. Top 6 guaranteed in Mickman. This felt like X-Ray, we saw it a lot during that seeding tournament, to where if they're in their groove, especially against a lot of these mid-table teams, there is nothing that could be done on the opposite. And the Xion gameplay from Mickman really took a step up during that map. And now, again, another reverse sweep is needed here. And we've had a lot of 3 Overwatch today. And if I had to hedge my bets right now, I think we're probably leaning towards that here. Fable not really having much luck there with that Kiriko ban.
Yeah, I think it was a good shot. You wanted to have the Z Panther Ana kind of show up, and I think it did. I think there was a lot of times that it did work out, especially more on the attack than the defense. But unfortunately, it just wasn't enough to get through. Amity, as well as Mickman on the Xion, both of those players have picked up these new heroes so well and have looked to be in some of the best form that we're going to see in this tournament. And honestly, the team missing X-ray stocks, I feel like, are going up even further. Just watching the performance that these 2 players in particular are putting on.
Yeah, for me, I see them right now probably as our 3rd best team, and that could even go higher. The stocks are definitely on the rise here for team missing X-ray. Now just 1 map away, like we said, and we still have, again, Flash. Whoa, we actually already get Flashpoint. All right.
Atlas, please. Oh, no, it's gone.
Oh, now it's gone. Maybe we might have got baited there, everybody. Let's...
Can we get an Atlas map, though? Like, we actually
I
have
wouldn't mind
3
an Atlas.
Flashpoint maps finally in a pool.
True.
Can we do it? But that was just kind of how it was. Nobody wanted to play Atlas before, unless they had a specific strat. Like, Demon works really, really well on that map. If you wanted to throw a bit of a curveball into the mix, that would certainly be one of them. But I think this does make sense. You kind of talked about it a bit earlier, Jesse, about how flippy Flashpoint can be, especially when teams don't seem like they're too terribly off.
Yeah, especially, like, again, that's the type we see a lot more of these upsets, whether it be OWCS, World Cup, here in Calling Out Heroes as well, is typically going to be the Flashpoint. It will be New Junk City, which has kind of overtaken Suravasa as that primary Flashpoint map as of late. I wouldn't even blame them if they pulled a Demon ban here from Fable. I think it's just been that kind of day. At least so far, Amity has gotten the better of Avery on that hero. So maybe try and mix it up a little bit here from Fable. But again, there is other avenues that could be gone down as well.
Yeah, and I think that's the hard part of kind of being in the situation that Fable are in is, you don't really want to ban out the comp that they're running, but, something's clearly not connecting the way that it should be. And you gotta find a way to slow it down. I think the Cassidy is a very safe ban. It doesn't really have too much impact on what Heisicle or Ray, more likely, was trying to run. And shuts out Nauticato. I think that's a player in particular on the hit scan can tend to pop off with, even if she was a bit quieter on a previous map.
Yeah, maybe a little quiet, but I don't blame the Cassidy ban as well. At least allow that flanker lineup to get the work done. Oh, well, and it's actually the Kiriko from the other side. It's actually like, you know what? That no Kiriko plan, it worked out pretty well for us. Let's just do it again. Why not?
Yeah. I don't think you run Ana here. No, this map is... That sounds awful. Like, there's so few places, especially on Arena, that you can hide. You just get walked on and chopped to bits by a Demon or a Xion or anyone who's lurking in the darkness there. So, probably, like... I don't even know. Do we do Juno Brig? Is that what we're gonna pull out?
Maybe we could do some Juno Brig. I'm trying to think what else could even get played with the cat, because like you said, the Ana is just gonna get ran over on a lot of these flashpoints. If you still want the speed, you can go Lucio, but then do we see some like Lucio Moira? We've seen that occasionally. I can't believe I just said Lucio Moira out of my mouth.
What year are we in right now?
What? Yeah, taking us back a little bit here. But I think that could be an opportunity if you don't want to play that Juno Brig, which could face some similar worries, at least the Brig, that an Ana would play in that map.
And New Junk City is typically the pick that teams will do if you don't want to deal with the cat. The majority of the points here have ceilings, and cats are allergic to ceilings in the game of Overwatch, particularly if they are carrying a jetpack. So it makes it very difficult to get the value, especially safely. on this map. So I wouldn't be shocked if we are not playing that hero at all. Maybe you pull it out on like Junkyard or Bomb Flats, the 2 outdoor objectives, but otherwise, it seems like we're gonna lean more towards of a cohesive brawly type of angle to start us out. It's just so weird not having Kiriko. Like, how are we floundering to figure out what support comps there are because one hero was banned?
Yeah, well, I think it's more just because we're on Flashpoint as well, to where you're so used to these speed comps that Kiri kind of melts right into. She goes great with Lucio, obviously. Still goes pretty well with Juno, depending on what else is banned. So, it's definitely an interesting spot for these teams to be in, maybe pulling out some extra strats. And it is going to be...
You did not just predict that.
Lucio Moira here for Fable.
There's no way.
Never
There's
doubt
no
my ability.
way.
Never doubt me.
You know what? Jesse, I owe you an apology. I'm sorry I ever doubted you that
We
Moira
even got
would
Cat
be mirrored.
Moira.
It's mirrored. We have a Junker
This
Queen.
is great.
Okay.
My entire weekend has just been made.
I think this is the best prediction that you will ever make. Unironically.
Doesn't get better than this.
No. I mean, it doesn't get better for Amity, too. I mean, like, the reason you ban something like the Kiriko is so things like the Rampage get infinitely more value. Not too many answers that you can come up with it for that, other than a sound barrier from Fiery, who got nailed with a bike and a couple shots of Mickman to finish her off. Missing X-Ray, you need to rotate to the point. Amity had to get healed up and rotated around, and Avery is struggling with some cat allergies. It's constantly peppered from above between the likes of Crumb and Mickman on the ground there, who continues to show up on the Xion.
Yeah, the Xion gameplay from Mickman's been fantastic so far during this one. They've just been all over the place, and this stagger, oh, this is rough. This is rough. And Avery has the remake, and yeah, perfectly done from Missing X-Ray to stall this out even further. And now, you know, maybe some changes here from Fable are in order, and it will be Avery. Again, onto another one of their actual better tanks here is the Orisa, which can help compete with Amity on this JQ.
Yeah, playing Junker Queen and Orisa is like trying to headbutt a brick wall. You don't really get too many places, and you're in a lot of pain while you do it, as she immediately gets stapled. The first javelin hits, and she can't get out of this room either. Is grappled by the cat. She's just stuck. Even with the coalescence layered on top of it, like, this is a Fable special, if I've ever seen one. With the Moira, Orisa jetpack. This is not on my bingo card today whatsoever.
No, not for the week, not for the year. Like, it's... we're stretching into the archives a bit. It will be the 99% reach tier from Missing X-Ray, but the flip is contained here by Fable. And now, what is the answer to this? Obviously, a bunch of ults coming up or already online here for Missing X-Ray. Some of those still coming up here for Fable.
Yeah, this is a Team Missing X-Ray fight. I mean, they just have so many resources to pull out, but the fact that they cancel Cameron's ultimate, that makes things a lot more dicey. You have to pop the Rampage. Amity didn't want to do it, but she'll get all the value needed for Team Missing X-Ray to close out this objective entirely. They'll move up 1-0.
Yeah, great javelin from Avery onto Cameron. Just is not enough. Missing X-Ray get the first, and they still have that spree as well from Mickman going into next. Natakata, maybe just some sightseeing. Trying to play avoid the orb, and a little bit of a fail there at the end. It's alright, though.
Trying to melee the orb away, like you're hitting like a volleyball or something.
Playing some tennis.
Tennis? Yeah. Tennis is hard. I don't have that type of hand-eye coordination. But anyways, Fable, hopefully they do. So they got their ults, and a lot of them. But Mickman is getting airdropped into the backline with the top 30 spree, although it connects on to absolutely nobody. Icicle and Ray instead are the ones to come up with the eliminations. Mickman got a dip, does not have the health bar to keep this one up. The hover from Crumb certainly helps in supporting these angles. And Fable at the point of having to use any shiny buttons.
That's a big win, honestly, for Fable. So now you have 4 ultimates to work with. It's not like Coalescence is really going to take that long to build up. So this is what we're talking about here. On Flashpoint, one fight goes your way, and you can really snowball it into an entire Flashpoint. But we'll see if Fable can actually make that happen here, as can't use everything all at once, or at least shouldn't. All 5 shiny buttons now are available compared to just the catnap here from Crumb with no out of bounds area really to be dragged into, so more just would drag whoever they catch into the rest of Fable.
Maybe you could cancel Coalescence with it. It might be the best
Maybe.
value, but I mean, if it's Panther's Fae, it's just not really gonna happen here. So the option is Fable are definitely taking their time, giving Team Missing X-Ray quite a bit of space to walk up on. There's the Coalescence and the Terror Surge just to secure the elimination onto Mikmin. Team Missing X-Ray chalk this one up to a lost fight and a lost point. Very efficient from Fable.
There you go. And like I said, 2 ultimates. You still have 3 going into the next fight. Granted, you would have loved to maybe drag out an ult or 2 from Missing X-Ray in the process, but still a pretty decent round there for Fable. And now can start to get some momentum going their way. I think it's the first real set of fights they've won consecutively this series. So now let's see if they can get a little bit more done.
Well, I mean, unfortunately for Fable, Team Missing X-Ray have an auto-win fight button, aka Rampage from Amity. There's zero answers they can do for that, but jeez, Bicycle got rolled there by Mikmin. Doesn't even matter if they end up going down. That was cool to watch. And that will be the point taken. Nothing committed either from Team Missing X-Ray.
Yeah, nothing committed, and yeah, that was just a disgusting hit there from Mikmin. X-Ray, now they have that Rampage here from Amity, the Pulse from Nauticato with, again, no Suzu, which I think we're all just kind of used to having in a lot of these duels of having that Suzu to get rid of the Pulse. They don't really have that luxury.
And there's Nauticato had to burn every single cooldown before that fight starts. That's an opportunity to go in for Fable, but they're cautious with this Rampage. You know Amity has it. By this point in the game, the Javelin is expended as well. Amity then turning her sights onto the back line, but gets catnapped away from the Satsuriku spree of Ray, and it costs Fiery her life at the end of the day. All you had to do is take the tank out of the picture long enough to get the value of your DPS, and as long as Avery survives, this will be Fable taking over the objective.
But I don't know if that's really a guarantee right now. Both
Wait for
tanks
it to
fall.
survive.
A little bit of a TDM going on by the point. Ray's able to get the long distance shot down, and now all these reinforcements are coming back into the fight. Z Panther's about to have another coalescence, but the spree's gonna shut that down.
But they only end up getting Ray. Someone's got to get in touch with the point for Fable, but they are just short. Avery was around the corner. Couldn't secure it. Honestly, that Doomfist swap from Amity to get to the fight just a tad bit faster paid off. 14 Missing X-Ray. It's Fable. Unfortunate for them, they would have won this fight too.
Yeah, they would have won the fight, maybe get to a 2-1 on the opposite scoreline, but now X-Ray 1 round away. Now Amity, she's like, well, as much as I want to stick the Doom,
She might.
I think she's, well, I don't think she's going to swap. Yeah, at this point. Stick it for a fight, see if it works out.
You are playing into an Orisa, but
And a little rough.
that's not great. Unless you get your major perk, maybe chomp up the Javelin with your block there, but tricky. I'm here to see how Amity can make this work. It is not working, at least if your name is Mikmin so far. Catnap went in from Crumb on a Z Panther. So that also means that you don't have that good sustain for your tank. It's only Fiery running around the map, and it's kind of just what this game has been. Running around the map, TDM, as you called it. As Fable already controlled the point, but it doesn't really feel like it.
Yeah, Amity is able to shut down Fiery, who used the catnap, and everybody right now is so low on Fable. It's just going to be a, fight over here. Just a little bit of a stall job from Avery, but this will flip right back over. And this Doomfist has actually worked okay. Once it got a little bit more to that chaotic part of the fight, Meteor Strike now available to allow Amity just to get out of any sticky situation she may find herself in. And that
She's
even
looking
could be
for
that
one.
pulse bomb here from Kaisicle.
Yeah. I mean, she's looking to beat a situation.
She's at the last flashpoint. We are
Yeah.
not even at the current one right now.
But she has 4 players on her tail. Like, the percentage is ticking up for Team Missing X-Ray. She just wasted so much of their time, and Crumb did get caught out. So that is more of a sign for concern. Hopefully she can get back in time, just because of how far up this fight is taking place. Team Missing X-Ray want to prevent Fable from getting a touch as long as they can. And Mikmin plus this Doomfist stun of Amity is a combo that I don't think Fable are ready for, nor do they know what to do about.
No, it's just such a scuffed fight. Like, Kaisicle tries to run over. That punch is a meter away from nailing Z Panther, and it actually will help the flex support stay alive here on this point. It won't be enough, though, to keep Avery up.
Mikmin is such a problem for Fable. It's final fight now, and they've managed to come up with 3 picks on their own. And if we ever see these battles come to an end, it is always the Xion from Team Missing X-Ray has the last word. And indeed, Mikmin will. That will be the series. Team Missing X-Ray sweep Fable for the 3rd time.
3-0 with 3 sweeps throughout that process here for Missing X-Ray against Fable. Just has Fable's number, and it'll be again one of our kind of dark horse favorites of this tournament. Also moving on to that upper bracket semifinals, which will be played during the back half of our matches tomorrow. A lot of things we did not expect to see during that final map. We got to see the Lucio Moira, some Cat Moira, Junker Queen entering the mix. But through all of that, the consistent thing remains, and that is Missing X-Ray continuing to perform when asked upon.
Hey, you got your best prediction that you are ever going to get with that Moira showing up to at the end. And a lot of things to take away from this series. And, you know, Team Missing X-Ray in those seeding matches, they are, I think they're easily a top 3 team. They ended up beating Cat Cafe in 6 maps in order to go even further into the game. So I think that when we see the potential that this team has, especially on the Demon, the form that Hamidi is in right now is kind of ridiculous. You partner that up with a support line that knows exactly how to support these DPS and get Mikmin and Nautocado into positions where they can also join in on the action. This is a very scary team to look ahead to.
Yeah, this could be a team that causes some of the favorites problems. Like that is a dangerous team, especially right now. Like that DPS duo, Mikmin, the second half of that series. Oh my goodness, like just deleting people on the Xion. So really excited to see how they do. Again, they get to play tomorrow. I almost said Cat Cafe, but that was previous tournament of that team at Cafe Fika. And I honestly think, like, at first, like, oh, it should be Cafe Fika, but I don't know, man. That's going to be a real good game, I think, to finish us off tomorrow.
Hey, last time they played, it went 6 maps. So close.
Enough said.
Of a series. Enough said. Are we going to get that again? We're going to find out. But first, we still have an interview coming on up for one of the players of Team Missing X-Ray. We're going to send it to a quick break, get that set up. We have to hear from our winning team. consecutive sweeps here for the first day of the Calling All Heroes Championships, and expected results, and to say the least, particularly in our matchup today, as Team Missing X-Ray got their 3rd consecutive sweep over Fable, and we get to hear from the players themselves. The Demon Monster in Amity is joining us here for an interview. Amity, first of all, how are we feeling being back in the Calling All Heroes Championships?
Hello, I am not this is Amity had to go, unfortunately.
Oh, I was lied to.
So I'm subbing in for Amity, but yeah, no, it feels great.
Well, it's nice to see you, Mickman. Thank you.
Hello.
Sorry about that.
All good.
So obviously, you all had a pretty impressive seeding tournament run. How are you all feeling going into this champs? Obviously, a great start here with a sweep against Fable.
Yeah, we're very confident. You know, I think a lot of the teams this year are really, you know, strong, but you know, I have a lot of faith in all my teammates, and I don't know, yeah, we're very confident going into today. You know, I think, you know, last week we had like 2 scrims, so today might have been pretty shaky, but you know, we're hoping to iron it out before tomorrow.
Yeah, for sure. And obviously, we've seen kind of the meta adapt a little bit since last time. We were seeing you all play a lot more of the Maga with Axe in. Now it's been a lot more of Amity in on the Demon. How has the introduction of Demon changed how you all are playing?
Oh, I think Amity's like probably the best Demon in the tournament. She's been playing really well, and yeah, I think Demon being like hard meta is a really big advantage for us, because you know, Amity's just like the type of player to like go for plays. Amity's just like, yeah, Amity's a winner, you know. Amity goes for the plays to win, and yeah, no, like she's been doing fantastic like every game basically.
Awesome. Okay, those are some strong words there. And you'll get to test that out actually pretty soon, as you're going to get that rematch against Cafe Fika tomorrow, which you had 6 maps against in your previous meetup. What are you kind of the thoughts heading into that game?
Honestly, I think we should have won last match. It was just, you know, probably just a nervousness gap. I think we got pretty nervous on that Hollywood, which led to us getting Fuller held, which led to the draw, and then which led us to New Queen Street. But no, yeah, I'm very confident going into that match. I think they have I think they're all very good players, obviously, so we have to, you know, play better than we did today. But no, I think we can definitely win that match and get our revenge against them.
Awesome. That's going to be a very exciting one. But are we going to 6? Are we getting another sweep?
I think if we come in ready to play, we can definitely like get the 3-0.
Hey, okay. All right then. You know what? Honestly, after how you guys played today, I could totally see that happening. So I am very excited for that match. That might be the one to watch tomorrow. If we're thinking about it there. But Mickman, thank you so much for joining us here on the desk. I'll give you one more chance here. Any shout outs, final words you'd like to say here on the broadcast?
Just shout out to everyone on the team. You know, it's you know, it's been a rough week for us availability wise, so I'm glad we can come in today, barely any practice, and be able to like show our stuff, and hopefully we'll be able to lock in for tomorrow and get the win.
Awesome. Hey, well, you're making it work. You're popping off. You're looking great. You're gonna keep it up for tomorrow. I believe in you guys. Very excited to see that matchup too. Mickman, thank you so much again for joining us for an interview. Give us a little bit of insight on the Team Missing X-Ray. We'll go ahead and let you go, and we'll see you compete tomorrow.
Awesome. Thank you. Have a good night.
You
Thank
too.
you. Wow.
I was at first like, that doesn't sound like Amity. It's like we've interviewed Amity before. That is not Amity.
That's all good. Hey, Mickman is one of the players that honestly has been calling all heroes the longest that we have. Like, I remember some of the very first tournaments Mickman has been around, and I think hearing that level of confidence from them heading into tomorrow too, I think we take a lot more seriously just because of that veterancy.
Oh, totally. And especially the way they were playing today. My goodness. Some of the Xion plays that were popping up were insane. But yeah, I don't know. That might be the match. You said it. The match for me tomorrow. It could be Cafe Fika versus Missing X-Ray. Like, that's juicy. As I think we're going to take one quick look at the bracket to give you a little bit of a preview on what we are seeing tomorrow. So obviously the upper bracket is set. A lot of 3 Overwatch going on, but it's Timeless X Missing going against X Oblivione on the at the top side. And on the bottom side, the 2 teams you just saw over the last few hours with us, Cafe Fika against Team Missing X-Ray. That game, I cannot wait to cast tomorrow. Like, that is, I won't lie, very happy that we are on the call for that game. I cannot wait to see that game.
Yeah, it's gonna be great. And like, Timeless X Missing, Explosión, that would be cool too, but I think Timeless X Missing is in a league of their own at certain points, and yeah, that's gonna be a scary team to look out for tomorrow. Also in the lower bracket, we'll have Leica Virgo and taking on Valentine, as well as the Magic Mushies against Fable. So those teams fighting for their life as we are in a double elimination scenario. So we get to see all 8 of our teams reappear once more tomorrow. And a lot of exciting things to look forward to. As viewers, you get great gameplay, you get to have a lot of fun, and of course, you get your drops as well. To make sure that you guys are all tuning in for that. But Jesse, I think that's going to go ahead and do it for us here on the broadcast today. Thank you so much to all of you guys for coming to support the Calling All Heroes initiative, to Radiant for all the work behind the scenes, to our production. It's been Tiny Shiny and Twin Salty on the broadcast, and we'll go ahead and see you tomorrow for the continuation of the Calling All Heroes 2026 Championships.